we're supposed to be playing Outlaws Alcazar High Noon. We're supposed to be playing it until high noon. But the holidays are the holidays. One of our players got surprised with a trip to Disney World. So, I mean, how do you say no to a surprise trip to Disney World? Anyways, so I don't want to waste the time. Well, it's not really wasted. I don't want to waste any more time. Hold on. Let me rewind it. Let me get in a positive headspace. I have enjoyed a week off from game prep and games and streaming. Thanks to this fine holiday season. There we go. Yeah, did it. But I woke up today feeling the pressure of 3 new games starting in January. And I'll be honest, I probably need to get some prep done on them. Yeah, probably need to get some prep done on them. So you might notice that these games are still on the Forge VTT, and that in the second half, probably in the last quarter, we'll say, of 2024, I was like, man, the Forge, what are you doing to me? This is terrible. And I spent a good, 2, maybe 3 weeks looking for ways to do some self-hosting. I was going to switch over to self-hosting. In the end, I ended up not doing the self-hosting for a number of reasons. One, I'm very lazy. So that's one of the reasons. 2, my most computer savvy friend, who's like a network administrator type guy, he was helping me get everything set up, and he saw okay, just gonna put it all out there. He saw the state of my computer, my brand new computer that's only a year old. He saw the state of my computer, and he was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, what do you mean? What am I doing? It's my computer." And he's like, "This is how you live? You live like this? Like, if this is how you manage your computer, I don't feel comfortable giving you a server to be in charge of. I just don't think that's gonna work." It was a pretty hard thing to hear, and probably a hard thing for him to say, but yeah. So what it just boiled down to is, if I have to cancel games because of the Forge issues, then I'd have to cancel games because of the Forge issues. Like, it's just, it happens. Would I have a more stable environment if I did it locally? Yeah, probably. But at the same time, it's another thing I'd have to keep track of, another thing I have to take care of. And then there's also like security things that, I don't know. Ultimately, when you're streaming games, and it just adds like another layer of complication to things. So 2 to 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks of like pricing options, testing options, building options, learning a little bit of Linux, learning a little bit of like shell coding or whatever, to run scripts in the background to sort of automate the process. In the end, it was just like, maybe not. So anyways, that's why we're here, and that's why I am still loading into that's why I'm still loading into my games, because they're not ready yet. So but what we're gonna do this morning, instead of running high noon, is we're gonna open up all 3 of next year's games, and I want to start syncing up all of the settings, all of the mods, all of the macros, the macro bars, the in-game settings, the 3D dice settings. I want to have everything matched up. Now, you're probably aware, some of you, that there is a mod for that, a paid mod from Ripper that like syncs up all your games, and it seemed really cool. But not so much. I did not find it to be as useful as I thought, and that could be that my games had a lot of differences between them. Some, using core 5e rules, some using homebrew 5e rules, some using Pathfinder rules, some of my games using Kingmaker specific mods and rules. I feel like you got to be a bit more vanilla, for that mod to really be as useful as we need it to be. Now, we could set up one of these worlds perfect, copy over the settings using a couple of different mods, and then import them. The problem with that, in my experience, is it's never 100%. You still end up with like local. Yeah, exactly. Like Scott, if you were running basic bitch missionary wedding night, like 5th edition D&D, 2025 D&D, and you had nothing special between your games, it would be the greatest mod in the whole world. It'd be the greatest mod in the whole world. As soon as you start to have those deviations, right? Like, you're like, well, they got a lot of guns in this game, so we want to use the reload mod, and they're doing Kingmaker stuff over here, so I got 6 different mods just for Kingmaker, and so on and so forth. It does start to kind of like fall apart real quick. And then, God forbid, you're doing 2 different systems. Just a mess. I don't want to say eager, but it will be nice when my last 5e game ends, which is not Daybreak, it's actually Curse Classic, because then I can uninstall all of those mods, and then I have less mods that I have to like sort through and keep track of, less macros I have to sort through and keep track of. So that'll be nice when that happens. All right, so now we have all 3 games open and ready to go. Don't mind this Kingmaker. This is not a spoiler. It is a random campsite scene. I was doing some Bailey Wiki tutorials this week and trying to figure out the Bailey Wiki tools, the nuts and bolts mod or whatever. It is absolutely insane, by the way. Absolutely insane. All right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to divide my screen into 3 different windows. Let's see if we can fit and still see what we're doing on 3 different windows across the monitor. All right. I think that will work. It's a tight fit, but I think it'll work. Oh, it's mad now. It says you made me too small. Okay. And that one's like, you made me too small. Listen, there's 3 of you. We have to make sacrifices, guys. All right. We will return Kingmaker to its dashboard. There we go. Don't show this again. Mark this as seen. Start migration. Everything's great. Close that out. Don't show again. All right. And then we're going to go over here to scenes. Close this out. Go to player map, player dashboard. Excellent. Okay. So we have our 3 upcoming games. We got Skyhaven, Stolen Fate, and Kingmaker. So we got SH, SF, and KM. The SF and the SH are going to be a little tricky to keep track of, I think, but it is what it is. So overall, pretty happy. Got the landing pages made. Got the in-game calendars made. I've got some fantasy calendar ready for. I think I have it for both of them. Let me see. Fantasy calendar. Level up your narrative. Yes, so there isn't a calendar for Stolen Fate because it's like a time traveling game, so there's really no need for a calendar. But Kingmaker and Skyhaven, they both have fantasy calendars. I have not done I don't think Fantasy Calendar has Foundry link up yet. So, first things first, we're gonna go to. Oh man, you gonna hide that from me? All right, we're gonna go here, and we'll go on this one. Oof. Dang. All right, I might have to hang this one over the edge. There we go. Game settings. So let's go to our module list. All right. So ideally, if everything is working properly, these should all look the same, like all the way down. So right away, I'm noticing there is like a slight difference, right? Like these buttons are checked with gray checkboxes, and these are checked with red checkboxes. I have no idea why that's happening, but that's the kind of thing that, you know, is something we have to address. Let me get my notes document open for this. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Come on. Load it up. There you go. Nope, wrong document. Year end. There we go. Alright. VTT sync. Here it is. Alright. Mod list. Kingmaker will have special mods. Alrighty. So let's head on down. Let's see. The first one we don't see is background volume. Background volume. Okay. Then we got Bailey Wiki nuts and bolts. Bailey Wiki landing pages. Alright. So we're going to turn those on. And then it says, I'm going to need token attacher, Monk's active tile triggers, and tagger. And I say, go for it. All right, same thing here. Okay. Before we go any further, I kind of think you should always turn on a few mods at a time. So this one, we're going to save. This one, we're going to save. Oh my god, that's not good. And this one. Damn, bro. Do not tell me that after I gave that whole thing about, oh my god, let me check. I think I just got logged out of all my Forge accounts. Good times. Hold on. Okay, we're back. It's just a weird blip on my browser, I guess. Okay. Bailey Wiki preset library importer, import the preset library, import the preset library. Now, this Bailey Wiki nuts and bolts, okay? I'm a paid subscriber now on Patreon. Hashtag not sponsored. And the shit is complicated, but it is mind-blowing. I don't know how else to describe it. It's completely mind-blowing. I'm talking about putting down fully walled, fully lit, levels-enabled buildings, just dropping them into the scene. Campfires that you could turn on and off just by clicking on them. And also, I learned this week about proximity walls. And I don't know when proximity walls became a thing, but they are absolutely insane. So, like, there's a lot going on. We've always loved Bailey Wiki's mass edit. It's in the top 3, probably, mods that you should download for Foundry. But man, this nuts and bolts, if you're willing to put in some time to learn more about it, it is bananas. All right, let's get back to work. All right. I kind of... We haven't gotten to settings yet, but I'm going to add this to my list. I kind of don't want the HP bar and the calendar to be there when I open up a scene. Like, I can go get that shit when I'm ready for it. So I'm going to put no HP always when boot, no calendar when boot. I know some people are really into small time now. I think small time's pretty cool. I don't know. I mean, I've got it installed. I don't know that I would get rid of my other calendar stuff and just use small time. But having small time as the default, I think that's the right move. I do think that's the right move. All right, let's go back and check our mods some more. Manage modules. Manage modules. Manage modules. There we go. Alrighty. So let's see what we've got. Battle Zoo all the way down. BL, FX, Assets, and Animation Editor free. I think Dom's got this installed. I'm going to be honest. That's probably one of my areas of weakness, is bothering to set up custom animations for abilities. Like, it's just a lot of work for, in my opinion, not a lot of gain. Like, it's like, ooh, particle effect, and it does look kind of cool. But also, I've lived a long time without it, and I don't really think I was missing it that much. Like, I certainly don't want to put in the extra time to do it. If I was ever at a point where it's like, we got nothing to do to prep for this game, we got a boss fight coming up, maybe we go in and add some cool stuff to the boss, but I'm not going to keep a mod around just in case. So let's keep going. We got break time, that's fine. Camera dock, that's fine. We've got chat images, which is no good anymore. So I don't know why chat images is still here and why we haven't just uninstalled it. So let me check. Maybe chat images still works for, I don't know, D&D or something. Let's see. Chat images. I don't even see where I'm getting chat images from. That's what it's called, though. Chat images. It's aged out. Yeah, agreed. Where is it? Oh, man. I missed this mod. Chat scrolling. So, like, it always, like, after a few seconds, it always scrolls down to the bottom of chat. It never leaves you hanging in chat. Oh, such a good mod. I don't think it's supported anymore. Alright, let's keep going. Chat media to replace chat images. Cleaner sheet title bar. I don't think that's caused any issues. Combat booster. I think combat booster is only for... I think combat booster is only for 5e. I think. I think that's why I don't have it turned on. Combat focus. So I'm trying to get out of the habit of using combat focus. Combat focus is when you go over here to the combat tab and you have a little bit of chat on top of your combat bar. I don't think it's bad. It's not like a bad mod, so I'm just going to keep it, but I am trying to stop using it and start using the other ways to track initiative so I can have a bigger chat window to look at. Let's see. Combat utility belt we don't use anymore. Combination weapons unleashed is got a compatibility issue. That shouldn't be the end of the world though. Let's see. Scroll. We'll scroll it to compact scene navigation. Yeah. and it should match up when we scroll down. Like, everything should still be the same. Critical message, Pathfinder 2 import tool, pruning chat messages. So I probably should turn this on. Like, none of my games next year have will in them. So we shouldn't have a ton of like animated GIFs in chat, like slowing things down. But automatically deleting chat messages could be pretty useful. I don't know why I turned it off. It could be that it had an issue with chat pins, maybe. But it is like, I don't know. It's a pretty good mod for keeping the chat clean. With so many players, it feels like it's gonna fill up pretty quick. But how hard is it to just hit the trash can button? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Alright, I'll leave it off for now. Let's keep going. We got compact scene navigation. We got Crash Finder 2e, the shared compendium. So I also have Crashium Dash PF2e, and I have that one turned off. And I should probably go and delete that one, so I'm going to add that to the to-do list. Crash Compendium, delete Crash Gem PF2e. Only use Crash Finder 2e. Alright. Let's see. Critical message. That's another thing we got to add to the to-do list. So, critical message. Update art and blurbs. And I asked for suggestions for that, I don't know, 2 months ago? I can't remember. So I guess I'll have to dig through chat and see if I could find those, because I asked for them and then I didn't have any time to actually do anything with them. Let's see. Damage log. Damage log's pretty sick, and it hasn't been causing any trouble, so we'll leave it. Data toolbox for Foundry VTT. I have no idea what that does, so I guess we'll leave it off for now. Let's see, the importer. I don't really care about active lights. I know Dom likes active lights, but sort of like special effects for bosses, I just don't care enough. Chat enhancements, I think Pathfinder's good without that one. That seems like a D&D one. Quality of life, I think we can live without because, again, there's Pathfinder versions of that. Chat pins definitely stays. One of my favorite mods. Maybe not even a top 10 mod, but still a really good mod. We got Dice So Nice and the animated dice pack. I mean, we paying for it. I feel like we might as well turn it on. It is early access though, which I don't like. You know what? We'll turn it back off. I don't like dealing with early access shit. Alright, bunch of dice stuff, that's fine. Dice tray. I've heard that there's like a mod that people are using, I think it's PF2e HUD or something, that eliminates the need for dice tray. I don't know about all that. I'm gonna leave dice tray for now. Disable mouse wheel control for sliders is huge. It's a really important part of my workflow, so I'm gonna leave that on. And apparently that's up to date with no conflicts. So then we get to all of this 5e shit, and we can just skip through all that. And we don't need drag document. So we do have drag ruler, which is not turned on because allegedly it's built into the system. So here's some mods that I don't know if I should turn them on or not. Elevated vision, which is no longer like actively supported, it's got a little orange thing on it, and elevation ruler. So elevation ruler is cool because it does the Pythagorean theorem on flying units, which is pretty cool. But the problem is I can't recall if it plays nice with the existing stuff. So I'm gonna put look into elevation ruler. Okay. So emojify. All right. So Dom and Darby, I want to say, they really like this emojify. We used to have emojis in Roll20, and they were adorable. I don't really see an issue with emojify. You just have to have the live info turned on for tokens. So when a token takes damage, it will like do the RPG, like old school RPG, like numbers pop up. You have to have that enabled to have emojify. And Pathfinder is so video gamey that I don't really know if it's a bad thing to like just show them this is how much damage you did. I also don't know if the settings we have enabled are telling them in chat how much the damage they dealt is. The reason that you might not do this is if they attack a monster and the monster has resistance to something or weakness to something, and you just say it took some extra damage or it took less damage, they don't know for sure how much resistance it has and how much extra damage it has. It adds a little bit of mystery to the combat. Whereas if you have the numbers just pop up when they get hit, they could very quickly like math it out and be like, ooh, resistance 15. Yeah, never mind. But if they hear, oh, it took some damage, but they don't know exactly how much damage it took, it's a little bit more like, I don't know. Got to figure it out. So there's pros and cons to it. As far as like what Emojify does for you, hold on, Emojify. It lets you make little emojis poop out of your miniature, and this is another Ripper product. Let's see, project URL. Yeah, so you get to like just make emojis go wah over your character or whatever, and it's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. Especially with Kingmaker having 6 players. I mean, being able to quietly sort of like express your emotions in the background gives them yet another way to engage with the game. We'll go ahead and turn it on. We'll go ahead and turn on Emojify. There's a lot of thinking that went into this decision process. All right. Enhanced terrain layer, it's not a thing anymore because I think it's built into the game now, so we probably don't need to worry about that. Fast rolls. I like dice tray more than fast rolls, so we're going to keep using dice tray. File Picker Plus. This is another Ripper mod where I was like, this is amazing, but it's not amazing because I've been doing things the same way for 6 years now, and I don't want my UI to be changed that radically. So, as amazing as it is, I will stick to the olden ways. Follow Me is fantastic. That's good. Force client controls. It looks like that is no longer supported. So what Force Client Controls does is you could go in, say you're running a game where you want them to roll 2 dice every time, and you got players that just won't roll, they won't change their fucking settings. This actually allows you to go in and like lock settings. You could be like, you have to use these settings. Overall, I think it's a great mod. I am going to just turn it off, though. God, but if I want my players to have freedom. I really do. But I don't want them to, like, fuck all their stuff up. And there's some settings that players can mess with, and if they mess with them, they'll fuck everything up. So, like, it is kind of tempting to keep it. But... you know what? We'll keep it. All right. Easy polls, definitely going to keep. Forian's quest log. All right. I know I downloaded this with the best intentions, so we're gonna reread what Forian's quest log does. Alrighty. Let's see. Quest log windows that list all quests divided into progress. I mean, that sounds pretty cool. Completed and failed tabs. Quest creator with Wisijiji editors for description and GM notes. Quest giver can be an actor, an item, or a journal note. Quest giver can be an actor, an item, or journal note. Quest splash art. Objectives. Draggable item rewards. Actors can be set as rewards, allowing item piles and various game system looting functionality to be utilized in rewards distribution for currency and items. Fully editable quest details window. Personal quest. Quest branching in the form of subquest. Custom user-defined rewards. Custom rewards may use game system text enrichment where available to distribute XP. Hiding task and rewards, player and GM notes, and more. You can watch this video by Kobold DM to talk about how fucking great it is. Alright, let's go.
Pain can be difficult from the DM's perspective, but what about the player?
No, here, let's just turn on closed captioning and then mute it. That way we won't get in trouble. Since it's like, we could say this is a reaction. We're doing a reaction video to his video reacting to something else. This is a double reaction video. Alright, let's see. Or we can cheat. I don't know. Let's see. Go over here.
Alright.
I'll just ask the robots to like watch it and then tell us what happened. Well, it does not help that our YouTube is just not playing videos. So we'll abandon that quest and we'll see what the robot has to say. Alright. What do you have to say, robot?
Forian's quest log. Bring questing to Foundry VTT 0.8 updated. Time interval 00:04:51. Summary. Introduction to Forian's quest log. Describes challenges in managing storylines for both DMs and players, and introduces Forian's quest log as a tool for organizing and tracking party objectives in Foundry VTT.
Okay. Let's do exploratory question. E1 to ask. Oh yeah, if you were wondering, ChatGPT watched the video, sums up the video, and then it says, these are things that happen in the video that you may want to talk about. What does the video say about advantages of using Forian's quest log compared to ease of tracking objectives? It allows both the players and the DMs to track quest progress with clear indicators such as in progress, completed, or failed, ensuring everyone stays on the same page. I like that. It's probably better than them having their version of the notes, me having my version of the notes, neither of us being able to find it when we need it, no one remembering how much gold was being offered as a reward for finishing a quest that they were given 7 months ago. Enhanced organization, attach quest to actors, items, or journal entries, provides an intuitive way to integrate quests seamlessly into the game world. So the Fanspo bot could also be the quest carrier, I think. So that's pretty good. Customizable features with options to hide objectives, lock rewards, or create subquests. It offers more control and flexibility for personalizing the in-game experience. Player autonomy features like available quest tab and permission settings to let players take an active role in deciding their quest engagement. Enhance player agency. Visual and interactive elements, additions like splash art, custom quest giver images, and on-screen quest tracker improve immersion and engagement for players. Yeah, I mean, all that sounds pretty fucking good. How does the quest tracker enhance the gameplay experience for players? What customization options are the most impactful for personalized quests? Yeah, that sounds good. So E3. Alright, Forian's Questlog offers several impactful customization options that allow dungeon masters to tailor their quest experience to their specific campaigns. Quest giver customization, object management, okay, reward flexibility, subquest and nested quest, permission and player interaction, splash art. Alright, so this is all the same shit, like over and over again. Alright, cool. Yeah, we'll turn it on. Forian's Questlog, let's go. And I think that's enough new mods being turned on. So we will. Hold on. I gotta go back. I missed Fantasy Town Generator Importer. So let me turn that on too. I've got it turned on in this world, but not the other worlds. So I almost missed that one. Alright. So, saying a prayer as we try to refresh. Hopefully it doesn't magically log me out of all 3 of my games simultaneously. 3 games, all starting in January. Fuck. One of them starts in 2 weeks, y'all. 2 weeks. That's nuts. Like, where did 2024 go? Like, what happened? It's just gone. So, Fantasy Town Generator Import, I will also put learn more about Fantasy Town Generator Importer. Alright. We need the world to come back online. So tedious. Oh, we need to sync these automations apparently. So once it's done thinking, we'll hit that button. Alright, sync it. There are no updates. Okay, and stop telling me I need to sync stuff. I'm just gonna delete chat at this point. Ooh, I think something got turned on over here, because they got dice across the top on that one that they do not have on these other ones. In fact, the UI for all 3 of these is different, so we do have to figure out why that happened. Alright. One step at a time, I guess. One step at a time. Alright. Let's go back through modules. Alright. Okay. Scroll down. We're going to keep boss bar even though it's tedious AF because people love that boss bar. I love that boss bar as a player, so definitely want to keep that. What do we got? DF convenient effects. We definitely don't want that on. That's built into the thing. Let's scroll down to the E's and the F's. Alright. Scroll down to the E's. Whoa! E's and the F's. Alright. Get everybody to elevation tooltips. Still don't know why this one's gray and the other 2 are red, but, you know, we're working on it. Alright, scanning across, we've got health estimate, hover distance, chat enhancement, token tooltip, no token tooltips. So why did I turn token tooltips off in Kingmaker? It's probably because I have PF2e HUD installed and I don't have it over here. Let's see. That's what's going on. Oh shit, I don't have PF2e HUD turned on anywhere. Nope, shit. Okay, so that's weird. Why would I have both? You don't want both. Alright. That's a little frustrating. Alright, hold on. So what I want when I click on something is to get that. You see all that glorious information, all that fucking amazing stuff that came out? Look at this. These aren't just like heads-up displays like the one where you mouse over it. This is like legit. Like you can click on these and do things. You can access all their spells. You can do everything from the mini. Now something I don't understand is why Test-A-Lot does not display this, but this NPC does display it. I'm a little confused on that one. So yeah, we'll have to dig into the settings there. I guess the question is, do we want to still have, what is it, a Landrill's token thing where you just mouse over and you see some useful information, but then when you click on it, you get that? Because now it is you know, covering up what I want to see there, which is a pain. But I have to click on them to get the information I need versus just hovering to get the information I need. I don't think we need both. So I do think that we could turn off token tooltips. I love it so much though. Alright, let's check in this world. Alright, so that doesn't have token tooltips turned on. Feels bad. I want to have both. I know it's like, it's overkill, but I like being able to access information many different ways. So just, you know, fuck it. We'll keep it. All right. Let's see. Go back here. All right. Scroll down. And what we'll do is I'll type in token tooltips and make sure it's turned on. And again, I feel like this would be easier if I wasn't still maintaining all of my 5e mods, because I'd probably have a third of the mods to be sorting through as I go. Alright, so we're going to turn on Elandril's token tooltips, but we're also going to turn on PF2e HUD. And hopefully they work together without too much issue. And we'll also leave on token action HUD. So you'll have like 15 different ways. What's up, Dom? Good morning. There's like 15 different ways to keep track of your stuff. Alright, so once again, we're going to have to save and hope to God that it reloads. Alright. You didn't have to do anything? You had everything turned on. Alright, well, good for you. That's good. Yeah, Dom, no spoilers this morning. I'm trying to sync up my Foundry mods, macros, and settings across all 3 of the upcoming games. And I think it's gonna be a real motherfucker. Like it's not going very well. It hasn't gone badly yet, but I'm already noticing some discrepancies between the worlds, and I've been trying really hard to keep them all synced up. But every time I hear about like a new mod, or a new macro, I go and I check it out, but I don't do it on all 3 of my worlds. So it's really whatever world I'm in the mood to be prepping at that particular time is the one that gets to benefit from it. And so, yeah. All right. Close. This one wants to start a migration. All right. Do that. Cool. Shouldn't you ask for a migration over here? Maybe? You're still loading in? Okay. All right. Go over here. Manage modules. But yeah, if you get curious and or frustrated, Dom, I am in community chat if you if you're like, they're not listening to me again. Yeah. Let's see. Manage modules. All right. Scroll on down. God, I wish I could turn all those off. Let's see. Head into the Fs at this point. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Follow me. I like follow me. I don't like all the hotkeys that compete with follow me. That's a real pain in the ass. Force client controls, force client settings, we're going to keep to sort of protect some of my players from themselves. Foundry arms reach we don't use anymore. Health estimate. Yeah, I don't know if health estimate has a built-in thing or if it's covered by PF2e HUD. I kind of feel like it is. So I don't know if we really need to keep it anymore. I feel like in Stolen Fates we're being told like the status of the enemy like 4 different ways, and I don't know if that's a combination of mods that's doing that. We'll have to see. So I'm going to put a pin in possibly remove health estimate. All right. Let's see. Hover distance, I said we'd try to keep. Image context. I don't actually know what the fuck image context does. Let's see. PF2e. No. Foundry VTT. Image context. Image context. It is another one by The Ripper. Let's see. It's a tool. Yep, that's good. That's good. Project URL. All right. What does this do? Bro. It just took me here. It didn't actually show me what it does. Is this like a required thing? All right, hold on. It's got a video. Will this allow the GM to click on images? Oh, okay. Nice. So this just gives you more image controls, period. Yeah, we could turn that on. I don't know why that's not on. All right. Image context, good. Image hover. I don't know if I want to keep image hover anymore. I mean, it just feels like it kind of junks up the game a little bit, you know? Like you're mousing over stuff, pictures are popping up, you're seeing them out of the corner of your eyes. Yet at the same time, it's a very good accessibility tool. It's very good for streamers. And you can always disable it if you need to. All right. What do we got here? Initiative double click. I don't think that does anything in Pathfinder. I don't think it does. Let me see. Do I have an NPC I could click on? There's none? How many fucking NPCs? Alright, what about Skyhaven? Is there an NPC I could click on? Test a lot? Alright. Roll your initiative. Alright, double click. Ooh, it do work though. Alright, we'll keep it on. Okay. Let's see. Oh, music died. Alright, let's see. Inline table rolls, not supported anymore. Inventors Plus, from my experience with Inventors, kind of feels like a non-option, because Inventors are pretty fucking bad. Item piles. We don't have item piles turned on. I don't know if that's because you don't need item piles in Pathfinder. I don't think you need item piles in Pathfinder. Yeah, I think you can just make item piles and stores and stuff. All right, then we got all the Jam and Jacks, which I can't recommend enough. All the Jam and Jack stuff on Pathfinder Infinite website is phenomenal. All right, then we've got Chris's Compendium of Trade Goods, the Pathfinder 2e edition. Now this is a beef ass compendium, and I think it's pretty cool, especially for my 2 king-making games, because it allows you to just be like, here's a banana, like here's a papaya, here's a ball of string. Like it just has items made for like so many things that you would assume there were items for, but there aren't. So I think it's a pretty useful one. All right, Lancer Initiative, we're done with that. Kingdom building tools. This is where it's going to start getting a little off kilter. So kingdom building tools, building, camping, and weather, which I don't believe I'm going to be using the weather rules for that because I wrote a GPT to handle the weather, or trained a GPT for the weather, so that's fine. All right, let's keep going. Laptop. Yep. Oh, hey, what's up? Laptop form fix. I feel like that's a keeper. Yeah, we'll keep that one. It says it's not supported, but I feel like it hasn't caused any problems. You still have laptop form fix on?
I've never used it.
Oh, really? Apparently, it's another one of those performance mods where it just like, I don't know, it optimizes. Maybe it doesn't optimize anymore since it was last verified for 6.6. So maybe I should just get rid of it.
Yeah. I would get rid of that. Yeah.
All right. Less fog. Less fog is so like when you're the DM and you're prepping a map or running a map, you can actually see what's going on. Yeah, someone's good. Levels, depth blur. I haven't actually seen the depth blur work very good. Maybe you have to be a player to appreciate it.
I think so. I think it's a player only thing, and also it's that's the Ripper, the extra one, right? For
bro, this year I am spending so much money on my games. I am a paid subscriber to BaileyWiki now. I'm a paid subscriber to Benios because I gotta stay on him until the campaign's finished. I'm a paid subscriber to Kobold GM because he does a lot of stuff for Kingmaker, and I'm a paid subscriber for Ripper. Like it's a lot. It's a lot. I have a paid subscription for Fantasy Calendar Generator. I got a paid subscription for Fantasy Town Generator. Yeah. I gotta run like another game just to break even on all the Patreons. Or you guys could go sign up for my Patreon, and then that money will just go to the other Patreon people. That's generally what happens with any Patreon money. All right, so let's see. Library chat commander, we don't need. Color picker and color settings, good. DF hotkeys, not supported. Moving on.
You don't need that for PF2 at all.
Yeah, copy environment still works. Scene packer is just supporting other stuff. Lib wrapper, we're all just library stuff here. Settings extender, nobody's asked to turn it on, so I feel like we just leave it off. Because if someone needed it, we would have turned it on. Lock view, screw that mod. Macro manager, that sounds pretty cool. It's only turned on in Kingmaker. I don't remember.
It's probably needed. Maybe it's a needed thing for one of the Kingmaker stuff.
All right, so Macro Maker and Macro Wheel. Macro Wheel is another Ripper mod, but it is sick. So basically you hit a hotkey and a wheel appears, and the wheel has all of your macro bar on it.
Oh, okay.
Anywhere on the screen where your cursor is, you hit the button and the macro wheel shows up. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna have to put like a learning section in my stuff because there are so many mods that are great. Macro wheel and macro manager. So macro manager, I'm pretty sure, lets you sort your macros faster and better. Though I don't actually remember how. But I was really excited about it when
folder button.
Yeah. When I installed it, I was very excited about it. Alright. We don't need Valdaspire Secrets anymore. Mana's Compendium Importer. So that's for like custom jobs. Like if you want to like make your own adventure or import like a smaller adventure that isn't set up properly, I think we could just leave that one on. Let's keep going then. All right, we got Maps BaileyWiki Premium and Maps BaileyWiki Towns. I need to turn both of those on. There we go. All right, and then there is Bailiwiki Modular City, which I know it's bad to have a lot of compendiums, but man, for all three of these games, being able to just drop in like city blocks is pretty huge. So I might turn them on, see if the load time is really bad or not, and then kind of deal with it after that.
I mean, so I guess like the question is, being able to drop city blocks is really cool, and it's gonna be those things are gonna in Bailiwiki. Those things are gonna be like pretty stacked, right? Think?
Oh yeah, they're gonna be. I don't know. Well, I don't know how good his optimization is. I will say that Nuts and Bolts is phenomenal. Like I think it's really good. So if this expands that, then it might be okay. Red asks, if I export world button in Foundry, will that save all the module settings for that world as well? Yes, but not the local user settings.
Yeah.
So anything that would be stored to your cookies. And unfortunately, they don't clearly label what settings are cookies based and what are not. That would be a great mod.
So,
a mod that just calls out cookie based ones.
So if you look at them, they have like a little symbol next to them. There's one that looks like a little planet, world, and there's one that looks like a little person.
Yeah.
The person ones are the ones that are cookie based.
Oh shit. Okay, so it does mark them. Okay. Yeah. Nice. All right. So Heroic Maps, they do Foundry VTT versions of their maps now, and they include it as part of your Patreon subscription now, which is bananas. They've always been like a huge value. You get way so much for $5. But then if you up it, I think to $10, you also get the sci-fi maps and you get the VTT versions of the maps now, which is crazy. Like for $10, that's crazy. Here's the thing though. Each of the maps is its own compendium. So you have to like manually install each map as a compendium. Then you have to go into the world, you have to turn it on, and then it's one entire compendium just for that. They don't have a partnership with Moulinet. They don't have like a super module where you can just, have access to all the ones that you have access to. So that's a little bit of a downer, right? Because I guess you could have like a build world. You could go into that build world, grab the latest heroic maps, throw them into your personal compendium, like with scenes, and then now they're ready to go. But it's not as easy as like, oh sweet, I'll just go grab this heroic map that I purchased. Like you have to
have them all turned on at one time.
You have to download them. Yeah, you have to then you have to extract it, then you got to upload it, then you got to like have the compendium loaded at all times. It's a lot. So I'm probably going to need to make like a build world and just have a very boring day of going through and taking all of these. Like these are only the ones that I was testing. Like I have so many of these heroic maps. They're already set up. He does a good job with the lighting in the walls. And if you've ever had to wall a heroic map, it's a lot of doors and none of the walls are straight. So like having somebody else do that is pretty huge. But man, yeah, it's gonna be like watching some anime while you just grind that out into one compendium, I think. So I'm gonna skip turning all those guys on. I feel like Minotaurs Unleashed. I'd like my $2.99 back. When I got Minotaurs Unleashed, Minotaurs had not even been announced for the game yet. Now they're officially in the game, and like a lot of what was in Minotaurs Unleashed is kind of like official now. So it's sort of a debunked product. I guess if you really like Minotaurs and you need more Minotaur content, that's an option. These maps by Kobold DM, they're huge. They're so big. They're so large. The file sizes are so large, and they are not optimized. So like, I don't know if you remember, Dom, but I went to run a game and I couldn't start the game or whatever, or I couldn't like do anything in the game because it said that I was out of memory. That's why. Because that one compendium was so chonkin' big that like I couldn't even, it used up gigs and gigs and gigs of storage. It's crazy. So I got it's another one, right? Where it's like, cool, thanks for these amazing resources. How am I going to access them easily? I can't have these things open 24/7. Yeah, Bailiwiki stuff, from what I've seen, is very well optimized. So I'm gonna give the modular city a chance, and hopefully it doesn't screw things up too bad. All right, so we're skipping down past the heroic maps, the kobold maps, the kobold king maps. Rest in peace, kobold king. And then we got module management plus. It's got a little lock symbol on it, so I guess it's like, you can't get rid of me, bitch. So then we've got Momo's token changer. Now, obviously, you need Momo's token changer to have a default token for a shifting token. But, Dom, you have to have noticed the recent flaw in the design. When you drag out a shifting token that has a Momo default, it will still, for a second, randomly show the wrong token and then switch to Momo token.
Yep.
I don't know what to do. I mean, having Momo better than not having Momo, but you basically still have to treat all shifting tokens as being like unreliable. So you have to like hold down Alt, drag them into the scene invisibly, wait for the right token to show up, and then reveal the token. Which, I mean,
so what I do is I make it so that the original, like the first token inside when I first set it up and make it a what you call it, a wild card. I put the one I want them to see first as the.
Is that
so
that a naming convention thing, or is it just the first one you ever chose?
So usually I put it in first one I ever chose, and then I save it, and then I go back and turn it into a wild card.
And that seems to work.
So far, I hadn't had an issue yet,
man.
But I don't know. I don't know. There could be like a workaround that messes that up. We'll find out.
After all the shitty small spoilers that I've dealt with Curse of Strahd and all the shifting tokens and that, I've just gotten into the habit of always dragging something out invisibly unless I don't care about it. You know what I mean? Like
a lot of times I'll just drag stuff in the margins and then drag it onto the scene.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, we'll leave Momo for now because she's at least trying. It's not. I don't think it's her fault. All right. Monk's active tile triggers. I had to get that for the Bailiwiki nuts and bolts, so that's back in. Card tiles. I don't know what that is, but we're not gonna worry about it. Monk's combat details. Is that needed for Pathfinder? That's not needed for Pathfinder, is it?
I mean, I use it on some stuff. For some stuff, let me show you what I use it for. But yeah, it still works for Pathfinder.
Okay. And then what about Monk's combat marker? Same? Like you still use it?
I don't.
You've never used it?
So no, let me check. I think I'm using Monk's combat marker, not the other one. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. There's a lot of mods that just throw combat marker on there as like a bonus feature, and it's like, listen, you're just supposed to be dice. You know what I mean? Like get out of here. All right. Then we've got Monk's common display. No idea what that is.
I don't use it.
No idea why it's there.
It's for streaming. If you want to stream.
Oh, it used to be called player view or something, right?
Well, no, that was a different mod, and then Monk had one where you can force a person to look at a certain.
Move the camera. Gotcha. To control your player streamer. It's to control your player streamer. Okay. Monk's hotbar expansion. Now I've got the thing where you can like hold down the macro button and the wheel and all that. So I might be moving away from this token bar expansion, but not yet. So I'm gonna leave it on for now. Monk's wall enhancements. So Monk's wall enhancements is pretty badass, but I found it to be a real pain in the ass with my workflow, and it also was fighting with another mod, and I can't remember what other mod it was fighting with, but I did end up not using it.
When V12 came out and they made like the walls very snappy, and like it felt really good making walls. I was like, I don't want to accidentally click and make a node when I don't want to,
Yeah, Monk's wall enhancement's fantastic mod, but for me, it's just counterintuitive to the workflow I developed. Similar to like File Picker Plus. File Picker Plus is great, except I'm used to looking for files in the same way for the last 5 or 6 years, and I don't want to have to learn a new way to find files. All right, Moulinet core. I guess we're keeping Moulinet until we're done with Curse of Strahd. Then I will consider whether or not we keep Moulinet moving forward. Then we've got the Ninja class, which I think at least one player is actually going to play a Ninja next year, so I'm pretty excited for that. Ostenwald Starting Town by Tom Cardos could be useful. Could be useful for any game where you just need like a location in a town. The problem is it's a big compendium. It is a big compendium. Like Tom does a good job of optimizing, and these are all buildings with walls. But they aren't like they're not super fancy though, right? They don't have levels, they don't have roofs, like they don't have any of that kind of stuff.
It'll be a good workflow for all these like these mods that have like maps of random towns and stuff like that. What? It might be good to like during prep, open them all, get them all in, take some of them out, save them in like this is my random town folder for a bit, and then use that. And once it gets low on stuff that you use there, do a refresh the next prep session.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I want to adapt a more Solasta mindset like next year, because with the double sandbox games, it's okay for Stolen Fate to have a bunch of set piece maps because it's super linear. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you what I did for you guys are running this in Strength of Thousands. I have a big map, a really large like sort of city map, and I just cut it into 4.
Yeah.
In the same scene, like just put walls down, cut it into 4.
Yeah, I did that with Outlaws. I had some big ass
go ahead, do it.
Yeah. So Starter Town by Tom Cardos. I feel like it's something you turn on for prep. But maybe not though, because the idea is they go into a blacksmith, you don't have a blacksmith, and you bust it out. But here's the thing. If you have Moulinet and you sub to Tom Cardos on Patreon, then you'll be able to search Tom Cardos' stuff there, and you won't need the Ostenwald map thing. So, yeah. I'm going to leave it off. Just where we're going. But it's a good one. If you're out there and you're like, you want some maps of a town fast, it's really, really good. Ownership viewer, everybody like that. That's fine. Party overview. That's a 5e thing. Party overview is built into Pathfinder. Okay.
Yep.
Pathfinder Hero deck. So I have it for my other 2 games. I don't know how much of a role it would play in Kingmaker. It is kind of tempting, because I like the deck of many things a lot, and I like chaos. It is kind of tempting to bring the Hero deck into all 3 of my games, and maybe find a way to like work like Fanspo into drawing from the Hero deck. Like you draw from the Hero deck, and then
I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing for 20,000.
Yeah, and then the card that you draw grants those benefits of boost. Yeah. Like you said, you're gonna have a table that we get that bonus for the entire session or whatever. Yeah. So it would be kind of cool if like Fanspo was spent to draw from that deck, and then that card kind of like stays on the UI for the rest of the session or whatever. And then
in that case, you may want that card tile mod.
Is that what it does? Is it drops?
Yeah, you can drop the card on it drops the card on the scene as a tile.
Because what I did for Stolen Fate is I made an actor called Hero Card.
It's a shifting token.
And it's just a shifting token, with all the cards or whatever. Because then I can drag it down, move it around, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's just called Card. But when you go in, it's got all the stuff. Now, what I could do is I could make a separate actor for each card. Put them all onto a table, and then we draw from the table. It tells us which actor it is. We spawn that actor out. The actor could have the buff on it. You click it off the actor, it goes to chat, and then they can apply it to themselves. I mean, obviously that's a ton of work.
I mean, just put the buff on all this on this one.
Oh, on the one actor. Yeah, that's true. Save some time. And then you just roll on the table to see which card draws. You don't actually have to have anything fancy for it. Yeah. That's a good idea.
Plus, having a bunch of actors is just gonna make your world heavier.
Truth. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna add that to the to-do list. We'll do Harrow.
Because we had when I had the tarot deck for Cyberpunk, I ended up using the card tile mod, and it was a roll table. They were items because they were considered crit cards in that game.
Yeah.
So whenever one got drawn, they were very rare because you had to roll 3 6s on a crit.
Nice.
So you draw them out, and I placed them on the dashboard for all the ones that have been drawn throughout the entire campaign.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So that's another thing. Would you get a fresh draw every session? The card returns, and you do a fresh draw every session?
So for us, the way we did it is that once the card was drawn, it was done for the session.
For the session.
I mean, for the campaign.
For the campaign. Dang.
Yeah, and then if we went through and went all of them, then it'll get reshuffled.
Okay. Ooh, I like that, man. That's cool. All right, so non-renewable special buff for each card. It is gonna be a ton of work, but I think it'll be really fun. Yeah. All right. And I'm much more knowledgeable and invested in the Harrow stuff because of Stolen Fate. So yeah, I think it'll be cool. All right, in that case, where's the Harrow thing I can turn on? Pathfinder, Harrow. All right, I'm gonna do a quick save and reboot because I have changed some settings. This is the most tedious part, is hoping that hoping that the world refreshes. Especially when you're doing like 3 worlds at once like this. I always, in my mind's eye, when I'm working on 3 worlds at once, it always feels like you're cooking like Thanksgiving dinner. You know what I mean? Like you got so many things going. You got something in the oven. You got stuff on the counter. All 4 burners on the stove. There's stuff in the microwave. Yeah.
Spinning plates, you know.
Yeah, spinning them plates. Harrow buff system. That's gonna be fun. Fun that I can get done in the next 2 weeks before the first game starts.
So the first one up is Skyhaven?
Yeah, Skyhaven in less than 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to see what those crazy kids get up to.
Yeah. I'm actually considering making that one 6 players also, if the group agrees to it, because we have such a big wait list. And we don't have a player streamer, and so Lexaeus22 happens to be the first name on the wait list. So,
hey man, that's a good streamer over there.
All right. So I mean,
he has like starting screens too.
Yeah, but I advertised the game as 5 players, so I want to run it by the players before I, But 4 out of 5 of those people have seen him sleeping with pugs in a giant beanbag, so I feel like he's got a chance. You know what I'm saying? Like
out of all like the 6 player, being I don't think Lex would be it.
Yeah, he's definitely. As long as he doesn't play a pet class, you know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't play a pet class.
I mean, Pathfinder's not that bad.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see.
What was his white tiger's name in Red Hand? What's his name?
Claude.
Yeah.
Some might say Claude, main character of Red Hand 2 Remix. I don't know. He did go away for a while.
With his pet, yeah. With his pet, mouse.
It's true. I like that mousekin do exist in Pathfinder. I mean, they're ratkin, but you could always reskin them to be.
I mean, they look very mousy in their Starfinder equivalents.
Yeah. That's because only the smartest and softest members of their species survived. Let's see. All right, back down to the Pathfinder section. Okay, so we've got Harrow turned on. Kingmaker only for this game. Let's see. Pathfinder token bestiaries is turned on. Token gallery is turned on. Patrol. Just can't do it. I just can't do it.
I turned it off.
Yeah,
I turned it off.
it's still too resource intensive. It's just it just doesn't happen. I don't know what kind of beast mode computer Ripper and his friends are playing D&D on.
I think it's the what you call it, the type of scene and game that you run. Like if it's small and you're like doing like if it's like a dungeon, like a corridor dungeon, and it's not a big one. I can see Patrol being pretty cool, having them only walk around one room.
Do you think I could use Patrol in my Castle Ravenloft levels map? You think?
No.
I'm honestly amazed it's worked as well as it has.
I liked using it for in Monster Hunter that one time when we had like the fish swimming around in the pond and and some of the people walking around the town in the main town. But like that was one scene. The scene was not that big. Yeah, and there wasn't that many roofs or anything like that. It was just a regular scene.
I do like
outside of that,
it creates like the illusion of like you're playing a video game. It's a living world. Stuff's moving in the background. Like I like that, but it just feels like one, a lot of work to set up, and then two, I seem to always end up with at least one player that's like, I can't move, I can't see, the scene won't load, and it's just like you have to build around the worst possible computer. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, let's keep going. We got action support. I don't know what that is. PF2e action support?
Yes, it's really good. What it does, it adds some automation to actions that aren't automatically built in.
I think I've seen that. It shows up in the chat area, right?
Well, not necessarily. No, that's the one that makes it so that when I attack somebody with my monster in Dragon Thousands, a little window pops up and says, "Hey, this monster has grab. You want to use grab?"
Oh shit! Okay, yeah, that sounds nice. All right. PF2e alignment, damage, and other immunities. This is basically if you inadvertently use an older item, spell, or creature that still does good and evil damage, it will adjust that automatically for you. It says it's no longer supported, but
I think that's actually built into what'd you call it now?
Oh, they went back and did it? Okay, I guess I'll turn that off then.
Yeah. All right. Like I think you need that if you want to go and play the old version. So if you want good and evil damage, go back up. That's what the mod does now.
Oh, okay. All right. PF2e, a shopping experience. I mean, it seems good to me. Like pre-made shops. Oh yeah.
Yeah, pre-made shops, great.
Okay. PF2e automations. So, automations I thought they were built in to the system, but now I'm seeing there's a mod here called automations. So what?
So there's two mods that take care of different things. One, and like because there's so many things here, not everything has automations. One person's doing it just for the actions. Somebody else is doing it for a few other things. So yeah, they're both good. I use them both on Dragon 1000.
Yeah. So like what I was running into is I was in a scene. I was working on a scene in Kingmaker. And the tutorial I was following was like, let's adjust lighting and stuff and blah, blah, blah. But you go here and it says global illumination is covered by rules-based vision. And then if you click on rules-based vision...
That's default in Pathfinder.
Okay,
that's the default.
That's the default stuff, right? So you pull this one up and it says automation. Decide how much and what kinds of automation should apply to your game world. So you got rules-based vision, which seems good. You got... apply vision mechanics that are best effort attempt to capture Pathfinder 2nd Edition rules. Enabling this setting will remove the ability to configure unrestricted global vision as well as token sight radii. Because, again, dark vision in Pathfinder is not like 60 feet, 100 feet. It's just you have dark vision, you don't have dark vision.
So the thing here is that core Pathfinder has an automation section. And then there's a mod that adds on top of it and adds extra stuff, extra layers to it. All the vision stuff is core Pathfinder. So I think the only thing that adjusts vision stuff mod wise is the mod perspective, perceptive, and what you call it, avoid notice. I think avoid notice doesn't even change the vision. It's just perceptive that changes vision stuff. Everything else is handled just basically in the system. They take care of everything that has to do with vision. That makes it so that that's why when you try tremor sense on Nessa, she automatically gets tremor sense, and it adjusts everything for her.
Okay, that's from the core mod or from the perception mod?
Yeah, that's from core. That's from core. Core.
All right.
Core takes care of all vision stuff. You don't need to have any mod for vision.
So here's a weird thing that's happening. 2 of the 3 games, when I go to the lighting... Oh, that's weird. Oh, you know what? I bet the player dashboard doesn't have token vision set, and that's why it's not giving me. All right. So with these automations, these core automations, I was looking at them yesterday, and it occurred to me that turning off effects auto expire could solve a lot of the
Well, yeah, that's the issue with the time. With the time thing. That's why I don't have the time running in Strength 1000.
Oh, well, I mean,
I have it paused all the time.
Yeah, but if I turn this off, can I have time running? I mean, I don't know why it means so much to me, but if I don't have the clock auto running, I forget that time is supposed to be passing. And then I have to then I just arbitrarily I'm like, I don't know, fucking 3 hours went by, shrug. I'm more aware of time passing when I see the little numbers moving out of the corner of my eye. So I don't know.
Okay, so time wise, that has nothing to do with any of the that thing. The thing about FX auto expiring.
Yeah.
Yes, you can turn that off, and it probably will adjust the.
Right.
I don't know if the auto expiry thing is going to make a difference, because I think core wise, it's still going to tick down the duration, because I think that might be a core thing. But we can try. You can try it out and see what happens.
Try it out. Okay. So I'm turning off lootable NPCs. Now, here's why. Here's why I'm turning off lootable NPCs. Sometimes you have to build an encounter on the fly, and you grab monsters out of the compendium that are an appropriate fit, right, for what you need, but you don't always check to see what they're carrying, and you could inadvertently drop a king's fortune onto the map. Do you know what I'm saying? If you aren't paying attention, there could just be some monster that they're yeah, this monster carries around 500 gold piece diamond up its butthole, and it's well, that would have been good to know. The other thing is, my players love looting things, and it's not that I hate my players being happy. I mean, that's the old me. I'm a kinder, gentler GM now. I love my players and I want them to be happy. Here's the problem. I get people auto looting monsters, then I go to tell people about the loot and it's gone. It's I open up the NPC and I'm so on this NPC you find, well, it was here a second ago. You know what I mean? And it's then the players are oh, sorry, I looted it. And I'm well, do you want to tell everybody about it? And they're I don't know where it is. It's well, it's probably in your bag. And they're I know, but I have a lot of items that are just called unidentified item. And it's just because you keep looting everything. Because you keep looting everything. Because you keep looting everything. That's why.
Do it. Yeah. Okay, do it.
Yeah, so that's why I'm turning it.
You have to justify.
Yeah.
It's okay. I understand. Do it. Just do it.
All right, so flanking detection on encumbrance. So automatically apply the encumbered condition to creatures carrying more than their respective limits. Shouldn't that be on?
I love that.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
so,
turn it on. I love that.
Right, yeah. Okay. So
give them the egg. All of a sudden they're slow.
Yeah. And what's amazing is every time it happens, even players that have been playing 4 years with encumbrance, they're "What's wrong with me? My speed is down." It's well,
I love it.
The last 50 times this happened, what was the cause? I don't know. You don't know. You don't have any clue about why your speed has gone down. Your AC is penalized / you have clumsy. You have no idea why this could be happening. I don't. Okay.
Honestly, I get, no joke. I'm like Superman standing in the sun when that happens, Just feeling it.
Oh my god. All right. So, good. So we solved that. I can check that off my prep list. Let's see. Up here, turn the automation things on. Great. Back to it. All right. So we've got avoid notice. I don't know how I feel about avoid notice. Are you using it still?
No. Yes, avoid notice is okay. Avoid notice is good, because what it does is that if people roll with stealth for their initiative, it gives you it just puts a little pop up in whisper in chat that tells you, okay, here's who's hidden from the party right now.
Okay.
And that's all avoid notice does. Perceptive is the one that starts turning people invisible and stuff like that, and putting on buffs and stuff like that automatic.
And and Perceptive kind of butts heads with some of these other mods, right? Where it's like
it had. So there was a moment where, and we had an issue in String of Thousands where there was an update and Perceptive was lagging behind and it conflicted with a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
I think it's fixed now, but I stopped using it because I'd rather just have Avoid Notice tell me who's hidden and then apply the buffs myself.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the idea of not being able to see something because it's like stealth successfully and not having to pretend that I don't see it as a player.
Yeah.
And I know that it's frustrating as a player to have to roleplay that you don't know that thing is right there when you can clearly see that thing with your human eyeballs. You know what I mean? And it does support the gameplay design of Pathfinder 2e where they want you to target spaces that you think people are in.
Yeah.
You know? So like I could see the benefit there.
I know I like it. And I like Perceptive. It's just that I had turned it off because we was having that issue. I haven't turned it back on since it got there.
You thinking about turning it back on?
I'm thinking about it. I might do it when you know, after book 2.
Okay.
You know, later on. But I have Avoid Notice, and Avoid Notice lets me know, you know, who's hidden and stuff like that. And I can just put the buff on them, debuff on them or stuff like that. Because if they're hidden, if they're rolling with stealth, I don't have them visible on the scene in the first place, you know?
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to go ahead then and put that on my learning list, but I won't worry about it right away.
I think it would be safe to have Avoid Notice on.
Yeah.
Perceptive, wait. I would say it's okay to wait.
Yeah. Alrighty. Let's see. Scroll all the way down. Yeah. Man, if I didn't have to scroll past all these 5e exclusive mods, this would be like so much easier to sort through. Alright, down to the PF section. It'd also be easier if I didn't have to keep saving out 1 or 2 changes at a time, but it definitely is best practice to only turn on a couple of mods at once. And don't turn on like a whole list. I guess we still do that when we import settings though, so maybe it's not that big of a deal, but yeah. All right, PF2 action, bestiary tracking. So you like this a lot, and other people like this a lot. I haven't even interfaced with it as a player. I don't know. But it's like a Pokédex, right?
So it's a Pokédex, and it also is another way of handling the influence subsystem in Pathfinder. Okay. They have a whole section for it where you can track all that stuff for a character.
And that's different than Florian's Quest Tracker, or does it do the same thing as Florian's Quest Tracker?
I've never used Florian's Quest Tracker.
Does it track quests, the bestiary?
No. Okay. Bestiary tracks NPCs and creatures.
Okay.
Like you can put NPCs in there, and then they will have like their background personality and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then you can track their relationship with the characters. You can also track if they do influence, the influence system, and they have like influence stat block. Put that in there, and then that can track like, hey, they got into influence systems. This is the buff that they get for it.
Okay. All right. So I am going to be running automated scripts on these games. So basically, a couple of times a week, my computer is going to go and export copies of these games and back them up on Google Drive for me. So I feel more confident that we can track long-term information inside Foundry, and even version changes won't be the end of the world for that data. So like, and with how complicated all 3 of these games are going to be, I feel like the more tracking tools we have, the better. Because while I love a good Google document full of tabs, that's not how everybody wants to sort their stuff. And it's honestly not the best way for me to sort stuff either, because I still lose track of things. So if we had like tools built specifically for tracking quests, tracking NPCs, that kind of stuff, it would be pretty beneficial. So I guess I will add that.
I will say the only downside about the bestiary tracker is that it's very GM dependent, because the GM has to be the one that adds the monster in there. They do have some automation where, like, if a monster is on the scene, there's a button that you can press that adds it to the bestiary.
Oh, that's cool.
So, like, you know, character does a recall knowledge on it, and you're like, okay, yeah, they found out this thing, and then you press a button, and it adds it to the bestiary tracker. But it is GM dependent. Like, GM has to press that button.
Okay, but after I press the button though, does it track like the quality of the recall knowledges, or do I also have to go in and unlock
everything is GM. The GM has control over that bestiary, not the players.
And there's no way to give player control to it? Like
not that I know of. No.
Oof. Okay. Man, I should hire an assistant DM. That'd be so cool. Like someone that just does all of like, I don't know, that kind of stuff, and then I can focus on the fun stuff like being a romanceable NPC. All right. Anyways, so we'll leave bestiary tracking in. Companion compendia. Wonder why I have that installed.
So it's for all like the animal companions and and stuff like that.
Familiars, or is that different?
No, familiar has their own one, which is kind of like familiar.
Companion compendium is like, I want to have a honey badger companion, and they're like, we might have.
Yeah, so all the animal companions that are in PF2, this is what gives them support for them having their class and their ancestry be on a player character sheet, and so they can have an actual sheet.
Okay. Well, I've heard rumor that my Kingmaker group is planning to break the game through action economy abuse by all having pets. So I guess I'm gonna need to have this. So
you said mounts were important,
I hope mounts are covered by compendium. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right, we've got PF2 dailies. That's still not built into the core, right? You got to have that installed.
Yeah, you need to have that.
Okay. Damage estimate. PF2 damage estimate.
Oh, that's the one that makes it so that when you look at the damage button, it gives you like the range of what the actual numbers would be.
Yeah, so you can look at your player's health and then look at how much damage is probably going to be dealt to them and be like, maybe they'll just shove them down instead. Maybe they'll shove them down, and then you hit them anyways. No. That's the old me. That's the old me. That's the old me. It's a kinder, gentler crash going into 2025.
You shove them down, and then now they get crit. I mean, okay. I mean, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah. I'm gonna be the kindest GM, more kind than Orpheus.
You just you hit them instead of shoving them down and critting them.
Man, I do like critting players. Oh no. Focus. Okay, so dailies is turned back on. Damage estimate, we'll keep it on. Duraco UX. So I love Duraco UX, but it feels like every 2 weeks there's a bad update to Duraco UX that makes it impossible to read anything.
I mean, honestly, that's a problem because the relationship between Duraco UX and the built-in UI stuff that comes in with the modules that you're using. Yeah, I've never had an issue with Duraco.
Yeah. So I turned Duraco off for Kingmaker because Kingmaker has its, just like Outlaws, had its own overlay or whatever.
UI. Yeah, UI overlay.
And it constantly caused issues.
Yeah. I was so sad because now I can't have my dark mode character sheet.
Red wants to know, is there a way to export stuff out of the asset library?
In Forge. You have to actually go in Forge and then you can.
Yeah, so in the Forge, I had to go and get a plugin for Brave Browser / Chrome that's called like mass download. And so I went through, like, when I was trying to clear out room before I found out that Kobold GM was doing me dirty with their massive maps, I was going through and I was like, well, we don't need Red Hand of Doom anymore. And I was going folder by folder through Red Hand of Doom. And then I'd open the folder, and then I'd hit the mass download, and it would download everything from the folder. And then I'd move on to the next folder. That's the best I managed to do. Yeah, they don't have a good export entire asset library that I know of. Neither does Roll20 in the Forge's defense. I had assets that I'll never get back that were on Roll20. I let my pro account lapse, and I just didn't get access to those files anymore. So, yeah. I want to purge my Foundry again, but I want to grab this folder of Lancer stuff. Yeah, I would say look for a bulk downloader, bulk image downloader, and then see if that does the trick for you. That's what I ended up doing with mine, and it worked okay. It was a little tedious because it downloaded like 2 copies of everything, like a thumbnail and then a main version, but Yeah. Oh, what was the time?
I wonder if is it the
well, if you export the entire world and then you load it into local Foundry, is it still going to be trying to find those files on the Forge?
Yeah, it will find them because they're URLs. So it will find them.
Yeah,
like,
I have
exported.
That sucks. Yeah. Okay.
Like, I mean, like, it will show up. Like, it won't have any issues. They won't be broken links. They'll just go to the Forge.
Yeah, as long as they're still hosted. Now, Red, here's the danger. If you download your world, and I found this out the hard way with my Curse of Strahd games, if you download the world, but then you delete the source files essentially to free up memory on the Forge, and then you go to reinstall that world later on, everything will be broken. Like, so you'll have the world, but none of your visuals, because they'll be calling on the URLs of images that are no longer there.
Yeah.
So,
the assets stay into the location where they were.
Yeah, so I completely busted like so many maps doing that. Just to try to clear space. Yeah.
That's part of one of the reasons why with local Foundry they have you you can save. Sort of the thing you usually do in local Foundry is that you save your assets inside the world folder.
Mm-hmm.
Like you make a new folder inside the world folder called art or something like that, and that's where you save all your assets.
Now, what you could be doing is if you had a place like a cloud that you stored all your images for the game in, you could take the extra steps to manually link those assets into the Forge. And not be reliant on the Forge for storage anymore. Just for hosting.
I don't know. Is that a terms of service thing?
I don't know. I probably shouldn't be recommending it without knowing if it's a terms of service thing or not. But like, it would also be the permissions and the access to your hosted files. You know what I'm saying? Like, you couldn't just put it on Google Drive, for example. Without having the permissions.
When somebody else goes into that scene, they won't see anything because they don't have permission to see that.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, it could be a real pain in the ass. Another benefit of self-hosting versus paying for hosting. Yeah. And I technically could just keep asking for more memory, but I feel like over the years I have like a lot of storage that I take from the Forge, and so I was like, I'm not going to run these games ever again. I'll delete my files. But then when I try to load up the maps that are in the compendium, right, that are referenced from that game, they don't work anymore because I went in and I deleted the source files. Not a smart move on my part. Oh well, always moving forward, never looking back. That's what we got to do. All right, so then we've got, I guess I'll leave Duraco UX off for Kingmaker because they're just not compatible, which sucks. I mean, I'll turn it on, and we can see, but I think it's going to be like Outlaws. It's going to break every couple weeks. But I had to turn it off so that I could do just normal... just normal stuff, like just prepping and reading the adventure, because they have a highly you know what? I'm not going to bother. I'm sorry, Dom. I'm not going to bother. Yeah. All right. So then we got PF2e dying. That one seems good. Exploit vulnerability feels like a must-have if you have people that do that. Exploration activities are built in now? Question mark.
They're built in with Workbench
and exploration effects. So neither of those needs to be there anymore. Extempore effects for PF2e. That's really good. I like that one.
You need that. Great mod.
The best thing I have for that is breath weapons. That is actually how you can get a breath weapon countdown timer to stick to a miniature. Is extempore effect. It's really neat.
I mean, that works.
Yeah.
I use it for poisons.
Oh, that's also it's also really good for that. And diseases. So it's very good mod. Flat check seems good. Don't need giveth anymore, right? That's built in or covered by another mod.
Built by Workbench.
Harvest compendium. I mean, it's good. It's good.
Yeah,
it's a little outdated already, but it's good. PF2e HUD. I mean, I can't deny it's pretty sick. Oh, I wanted to ask you. So I have it on Skyhaven, and so if I click on Fanspobot, it pops up, I can see the interface. I also left Elandrils on, which is a little annoying because it overlays like the right-hand side stuff. But I like being able to peek at absolute key data.
So I like Elandrils so that I don't have to click on the person to see all the data. Yeah.
Yeah, but
like if I just mouse over and
if I click on Kyra, it's there. If I click on Test-A-Lot, PF2e HUD doesn't work. Isn't that weird?
Do you have Test-A-Lot's sheet open?
No.
So I know the the token HUD does not open up if you have their sheet open.
Yeah, it's really weird. And then if I duplicate Test-A-Lot,
and I mean, does Test-A-Lot have what's on Test-A-Lot's sheet?
Oh, nothing. Do you think that's why?
That's probably why. Yeah, that's why.
Well, no, she has a lance and she has an unarmed strike.
I mean, what's her? Did they have like a race and all that stuff with them?
No.
That's probably why.
That's probably why. Okay. All right. Because I think everyone else has been working. Like if I pull out Human Bandit, yeah. So it was just Test-A-Lot for some reason. It's a little weird.
It's because they don't have any ancestry heritage. They don't have any HP. You know, nothing's been filled out.
All right. So if I drag out yeah, you're right. Okay, so it's just that the sheet hasn't really been established as existing yet.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Yeah. So PF2e HUD pretty sick.
I like it. I like it.
I'm not 100% sold on the stuffing everything in the bottom left corner and not being able to control where it goes. I don't really like that, but the functionality of it is absolutely insane. All right, let's keep going. Iconic Adventurers. So Iconic Adventurers is just some pre-made PCs. It just expands on the amount of pre-made PCs.
Hey, that's some extra NPCs right there, you know?
Yeah. So I'm going to leave that on. And then we've got Inspire Courage Button. It says it's outdated. It hasn't been updated since 10. And I think that when the Bard inspires courage, it goes to chat, and then everyone's able to apply it. I guess this
I don't think you need that anymore.
You don't need that anymore? The Inspire Courage button?
I don't think so. Okay. Yeah, because they have a big aura now where they give everybody the thing.
All right, beautiful. Okay. Let's see. Keybind Menagerie. I'm going to put that under the learning section because there's a lot to that one.
That's a fill out section. Like I need to go through there and start filling out all my keybinds.
Yeah. Well, I have to do it like this is the problem. You know what I'm saying? I have to do it on my home computer, on my account that I'm gonna be running the games with all 3 games open because you can't have a different hotkey for each of your games. Like, and it's hard to remember like that you set this hotkey for this. And so when I do it, I'm actually gonna build. I'm gonna build a cheat sheet. There is a Ripper mod that syncs up everything, and you can pick and choose what syncs up, and that's cool and all, but I had the same issue that Scottrick did, that if your games have too much variance between them, like there's different systems or different homebrew or different, it starts to fall apart like really fast. Yeah. It's really just like, are you running like basic rules as written game? Like, then...
that runs like 5 Curse of Shrouds, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's great. But if you're running a bunch of different systems, a bunch of different house rules, a bunch of different mods that you need, you know, this mod for this game, this mod for that game. Like right now, you can see that there's mods that, you know, Duraco's not on for Kingmaker, but Kingmaker mods are on for Kingmaker, and so on and so forth. Like, you have to go and set exceptions for all of those exceptions, or it starts to like override each other and get confused. All right, PF2e loot generator. I don't see why loot generator would be bad. I don't know why I turned it off, other than that it is compatibility risk 8.9. So I don't know what it was offering.
That seems very old.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason I turned it off, is I kept getting warnings about it.
Yeah.
Because really. You can, let me see. Yeah, the last update was 2 years, 8 months ago. Yeah. So we'll let that one go. PF2e macro and helper library, which do have a.
I have turned that off.
Yeah.
Because it's old. Yeah, I had turned it off. I didn't need it anymore because I think Workbench does a lot of work with the.
All right. Mercenary Marketplace Volume 1, eagerly anticipating Volume 2. It's a fantastic compendium. Like, it's absolutely amazing.
One module you might, since you're not, I don't see it in your list right here. There's one that's just called PF2e macros.
Okay.
And that one's good.
That one's good. All right.
Yeah, that one's good. It adds some macro support to some abilities that, attacks and stuff like that just trigger once the attack is used. Similar to action support.
Okay.
But they take care of like monks, a lot of monk stuff.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we've got PF2e modifiers matters. That's a great mod. Lets you as the DM point out to the support that the fighter wouldn't have gotten that crit if not for their hard work. That you would have gotten crit if not for that that buff that you were given or that cover that the person gave you. So yeah, I think it's a great mod. Monster Maker, I've been getting into that.
I've been using
that.
a lot.
Yeah, that's
using
good
a lot
stuff.
Monster Hunter.
Party Sheet Helper.
I like it.
What does it do?
It adds the extra stuff, like the achievements on the party sheet. The adding the subsystem on the party sheet. Adds some extra information there for like your travel stuff. All that travel stuff that's on the party sheet is from that as well.
All right.
Extra travel stuff is on there.
I'll put that in the learning section. The learning section's getting really big. All right. Let's see. Path Muncher doesn't work reliably.
It's good, but doesn't work. Yeah, not the most reliable.
If you've got Cryptic Muffin in a game, you definitely can't use it. I've never seen somebody break so many character sheets in my life.
Orin?
Yeah, the Orin. Oh my god, he broke it so bad. He was still named like Orin version 23 or whatever at the end of the campaign because. Oh my god. All right. Let's see. Monster Maker, Party Sheet Helper, proficiency without levels for NPCs. We just had that for Extra Life, so we don't need to worry about that. Psychic Amps. I don't actually want anyone to be playing Psychic in my games. To me, they're like, I don't know. I don't really like Psychic too much.
Psychic is not bad. What's bad is the combination of Psychic and
well, I think I put that in Magus and Psychic.
Yeah.
So I think I put that in my like I only have a few house rules, and I just put like you can't take Psychic archetype. I think I put that in the player guide or the ad. At least I was supposed to. I should probably check in with the players.
I think Psychic archetype is fine. It's not broken. It's just broken when you add Magus onto it because I want to use Psychic on my wizard so that they can get shield and throw shield on your ally. Right. And shield's not that broken.
Yeah.
But when you have stuff that already superimposes spells on a strike, and then you get something that makes spells stronger.
Well, it just has the 5e like Hexblade abuse vibe. You know what I'm saying? And you don't see it too often in Pathfinder.
And you only could do it with that combination.
Yeah. But you are going to see it more and more as they continue to just crank out all of these new classes.
Yeah, people are saying Exemplar is pretty crazy like that, but I think they're supposed to be crazy because of the whole mythic. They're like the rare mythic.
Yeah, but then you got players like that go to their DM and they're like, I have to play this, please. And the DM's like, okay. And then like, yeah. So we're getting to the point in Pathfinder 2e where DMs are gonna have to just say like, yo, in my game, like this is not allowed. Because the same thing happened with Pathfinder 1 where the content bloat just made the game unplayable. Like it for most people that I know, like feel that the game became unplayable. I know there's a lot of hardcore Pathfinder 1 fans that are still playing Pathfinder 1 and they want more content. But to me, it just became such a chore. Yeah. Anyways. Okay. Let's see. So it's out of date anyways.
Yeah.
So don't worry about it.
Yeah.
So
don't
ranged combat. I like it.
Just turn off the NPC one.
I like it. I think it's good. Yeah. And I don't even mind being held accountable on NPCs. What I don't like is that sometimes you encounter NPCs that you didn't make that have items that need to be loaded, but they don't have ammo on them because they just forgot to put it on the sheet, and then you're getting like error messages and stuff when you try to use them. So that's kind of shitty. Like, I don't mind like the NPCs having to load and keep track of ammunition and stuff like that. I think that's cool. For me, I'm gonna leave this mod on, even though I know that it's not everybody's favorite. It's not everybody's favorite. It does require you to have some macro buttons down at the bottom of your bar. Let's see.
For players, you don't need it anymore, because if you look on the sheet where you hit your strike button, there's a reload. There's like a reload button right under the strike.
Oh, so but does it stop you from shooting if you haven't loaded?
Yeah, you can. I mean, that's a setting in the settings. But yes, if that's checked on,
you don't need the ranged combat mod. Period.
No. The ranged combat mod, you don't have to have the macro anymore. The macro's
they
there.
Updated the mod to have a button there conveniently
on your sheet.
Oh, okay, thank God.
On your sheet.
All right, good. All right, then yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep it then. Okay. Yeah. Let's see, relics. I have relics on here. I don't know if I'm gonna use relics in my games. I kind of think I want to, without too many spoilers. At least one of these 3 games, there is a good reason to have a relic system. How do you feel about the relics mod? Is it good? Are you using it?
Yeah, it's just a big compendium full with all the relic abilities, and what they're under, their aspects and stuff like that. So it's not necessarily like doing anything special. It's just a big compendium filled with all the
just
actions.
Another compendium. Okay.
Yeah, filled with all the actions from relics.
All right. Repeated skill challenge is apparently no longer supported. But what this was is you would throw up like a lockpicking screen, and they would actually have to pick the lock, like Skyrim style. Not actually like move their mouse and stuff like that, but they'd have to keep like passing the checks, and it would show them how many checks they had to make to pass that repeated challenge, and it would be like an interface to easily visualize that you were picking this lock or disarming this trap or whatever. I thought it was kind of cool. I never took the time to like learn how to set it up, and now it's out of date, so I might just leave it off. But I did think it was a cool mod, and that's why it's there. See simple scale statistics. What is that? See simple scale.
That's the one that says that, okay, this creature's attack is a moderate attack.
I love that mod.
Attack.
Dash them. Yeah. Oh man, Butler was asking me about that one. All right, hold on. He asked me about it like 3 weeks ago, but that's okay. And I was like, yeah, it's a cool mod.
I need to install that mod so I can see it, especially for Monster Hunter. It helps me, when I'm building all these.
It's great. It really is cool. Especially if you want to be a bit more vague on like answers that people get with recall knowledge, right? Like if you don't want to say like, well, its worst save is this and the save is a blank, you could just look and see the color coding and just be like, oh yeah, it's really bad at this, or it's really good at this. It gives you that sort of like visual if you're a person maybe that's not as into reading words and you like colors. If you see a monster that's all blue, ooh, the player's gonna have a hard time with that one. Yeah, it's a good one. Let's see, PF2 sheet link.
That's the mod I was telling about for Monster Hunter, where I had one sheet open with 3 monsters in the tab.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right. Yeah. Specific familiars. Yeah, that one's good. PF2e staves already rolled into the main game now.
Yeah, I mean that's part of dailies.
Yeah, dailies. Subsystem helper. That is. So if you're running infiltration, it apparently gives you extra stuff for running infiltration.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't have it, but you were telling me about it, and that's what it did.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put that in the learning section. All right. PF2e token markers. I think this is the one where you have the little colored squares or whatever. I think that's what that is.
I don't have it. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is.
I like it. I like being able. Do you have an ability to throw little colored dots on people? You do, right?
Yeah, I do. And that's I think. Let me check where it's at.
All right. So what are you getting that from then? This must be something else. PF2e token markers. Foundry VTT.
I just have a token color marker.
Okay, so if that's so, what is token markers?
So if you hit the little drop down right next to it, on the all the way on the right hand side by the version number, you the little arrow up the thing with the arrow in it.
Yeah. Okay. There. All right. Infamous PF2e color effects. Do we just have two different things here? Apply colors.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we have two different ones. I have the one I have, the colored one.
Yeah.
Color token marker. It is not green, but it's also not yellow.
Okay, so I have token color marker and PF2e token marker, and they're
so the token color marker I know works on every system. Whereas maybe the PF2 one is PF2 only. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, hold on. So
when that one I see that one is it's the last time it was updated was July.
Yeah.
It's well actually yeah July, and it's not yellow, whereas the other one is yellow. So I don't know.
All right, small content module which adds macros to place markers on tokens.
Yeah. Macro. I'd rather just have the bull button on the
macro, and it's just colors, color counter. Ooh, you can apply numbers though.
I mean, that's built. The numbers are built into Foundry, I think, right? Into PF2. Right? Where you just click on it a bunch of times.
Well, yeah. Hold on. All right, you can add 6 of a color. Oh, that's cool. All right, but these are all macros that you still have to click.
Yeah, so you press the macro, a window pops up, and you click on the thing that you want to add.
I mean, they have a delay action, which is kind of rad. I think you can make customs with this, which is something that this is something we've been talking about needing. You know, is being able to make custom status.
Yeah.
Adds action counter macro. Action counter macro. Oh, aid, delay, ready. It is kind of cool to like tag yourself as ready. It is kind of cool because there is no actual.
Is that Aura's at the bottom there?
Huh?
Is that Aura rings at the bottom there?
Yeah, it does look like Aura rings. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it could do a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. I will add it to the I'll add it to the learning list.
I'll check it out on my end too.
All right, so this one is PF2e token markers, and it's macro driven. Okay. Alrighty. And let's see. Scooch this boy over. Alright, and we'll keep going. Alright. So, where did we leave off? Still in the P's. Oh my god. Alright. Macro helper library, party sheet helper, staves. Alright, PF2e tool belt. I mean, it's got to stay. It's pretty important.
Yeah. So there's a couple ones that I see that you don't have that I have.
Okay.
There's one called PF2e summons helper, which is the one that, you know, has a little window pop up and lets you summon your creatures and pick out from the list and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's also the one that has the Griffin for some reason stuck on Dusty.
Yeah. I wasn't overly impressed with them. Like, I feel like I could just, like, the players should. You can't browse the monsters well. You can just kind of see what you have. You still don't know like their stats and everything through that interface. So I feel like the players should be doing some homework on their summons and just tell me this is what I'm summoning. Like, so I don't know. Whenever I go to use it in Strength of Thousands, it like takes a while to load up, and then I never know which one I'm gonna pick. And then when I pick it, like I don't know. I haven't been too impressed with it. What's the other ones?
The other one is Sustain Reminder. So whenever you're using a spell that has a sustain, it puts a little buff on you, and then when your turn starts up, it's like, hey, these are the things that you're sustaining right now.
Oh,
Make sure you remember to sustain them.
Yeah, I think I had that at one point. Maybe.
I mean,
but...
it's been triggering every time you did your summons or your what you call it.
I think I had it for Outlaws, and then there really wasn't a lot of spellcasting going on, so I think it was one of the ones that I might have gotten rid of. But yeah, I'll add that one back in. I think I'll pass on Summons Helper for now. All right. Repeated skill challenge, subsystem helper. All right, PF2e tool belt. We're gonna keep. Troops helper's cool, man. Yeah, I really I enjoyed that. Book 3 Outlaws. There was a lot of things that were made better with the troop rules.
I'm looking forward to when you guys get the troops in Strength 1000.
Oh no. Tool belt is not even turned on in my Kingmaker game. That's part of why I'm doing this this morning, going through and checking and double checking everything. Weapon trait options. So that's a newer one that you were telling me about that I haven't installed yet. Okay. This
one's really good because now what it does is that if you do an attack, you can apply the traits after the fact if they're supposed to apply. So like if a weapon has backswing, where if you do the first attack and then you miss, and then your second attack you have backswing. If the person did the second attack and didn't apply the button, you can just press the button on the chat card and it will update the number on the thing to say that you did it.
Nice.
Same thing for lethal and non-lethal attacks as well.
Nice. All right. That's a good one. Workbench and tool belt go hand in hand. Workbench was also not turned on in Kingmaker. I'm wondering why.
No, because it happened to me in Strength of Thousands and in what you call it, Monster Hunter. There was an update, so there was like a moment where the mods updated faster than the system.
Oh,
the system was scheduled to have a big update, and the mods was supposed to update with the system, and so the mods went through and got updated. I went through and updated the mods, opened up my my PF2 system, and it turned off Workbench and Tool Belt because they were over the limit.
All right, gotcha.
The mod was faster than the system.
All right, so that'll turn back on. Usage updater. What does that do? Usage updater.
Makes it so yes, I do. So it makes it whenever you use an item and stuff like that, and you hit the use button, it takes it off your sheet.
Oh my god! I thought so many of these I have them installed, and I just assumed it was like default features because I didn't actually look into it. All right, we're leaving the PF section. Pin cushion. Gotta have pin cushion. Love
pin cushion. Yeah.
Pop out. Some people are into that.
No polyglot.
Nah, I don't have polyglot. I like it. It actually might be worth having.
It might be good for Kingmaker. I think it could be good for Kingmaker, right?
Oh yeah, with the language barriers. Yeah, for sure. All right, I'll add that in then. So what am I supposed to do? Just like in those scenes, type in chat instead of actually talking? I mean, here's why I think it would be good in Kingmaker. With so many players, it'd be cool if people could talk to each other and chat more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, so we'll do.
As soon as I turned it on, that's what Ashali and somebody and Dusty were doing, talking Draconic.
All right, let's see. All right, quick insert. I love it, but I have gotten used to Spotlight OmniSearch, and I do think Spotlight. I just like Spotlight OmniSearch more. Now that I've gotten used to it, especially. Let's see. Quick scale.
What's that?
I don't know. Let's see. I've got it turned on over here. Oh, I think it has to do. It has to do with nuts and bolts. It lets you scale stuff by holding down a key and using your mouse wheel.
Oh.
Yeah. So if you're placing like a tile, you can like scale the tile, or I think you can actually scale a miniature. So if you had like a monster, you could actually scale it with that, I think. But I know you can do it to tiles. All right.
Okay.
Ready, reactive, dynamic token rings. That just lets you make special token rings in Foundry, right? But if you've got Photoshop skills, you probably don't need it. Yeah.
I think that's default. That's like a built-in to Foundry now thing.
Yeah. All right, rideable. So I think rideable and token attacher try to do the same thing.
No, rideable needs token attacher.
Oh, rideable needs token attacher. Okay. Because I had to install. I had to make sure token attacher was installed for Bailiwick's nuts and bolts, because like that dude,
he uses tokens.
That dude, there's boats. Yeah, there's boats, right? The boats are all set up, and like you move someone onto the boat, they just instantly become attached to the boat, and the boat continues to move with them on. It's nuts. Yep. It's so good. All right. Roll of Fate. Roll of Fate. Do we really?
Isn't that what we were using for Lancer when Lancer broke with initiative?
Yeah. We're using that to determine who goes first or whatever. I don't think you really need it for anything other than to just randomly pick a person, and we usually just do roll-offs for that. I don't know if it's worth installing a mod for it. Probably not. And it didn't actually work after a while. We had to get Red had to write us a macro for it. Yeah, I'm gonna put check in on. Check in on, since I know what this one does, and I'll see if Roll of Fate works. And then it might, if it doesn't get in the way of stuff, it wouldn't be a bad thing to just be able to like click a button and do it. But then again, like Red also just wrote a macro we could use. So do you need an entire mod when one Red Kobold macro can do the job? Oh, PF2e has a macro built in for it. But I still love Roll of Fate, and it works. I like how you can set custom images for Roll of Fate. I think that's really fun. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. Routing lib, sequencer, automated animations, PF2 automated animations, automated evocations, companion manager. So all that standard issue stuff. That's fine. Oh, now I know why these two have red check marks and this one has gray check marks. It's because this one has Duraco and this one doesn't. I've been wondering that since I started prepping 2 hours ago. I was like, well, why is this one gray and these two are red? And it finally dawned on me why that's happening. Okay, so set some extra token ring types. Again, I don't need that shit. We make our own tokens. We're artisanal tokens over here. Show art. I mean, why not? That's fine.
Yeah.
Simple calendar, sure. Simple quest. So I don't know what simple quest is, but I wonder how it compares to Forian's quest helper.
No idea. I don't have it.
Let's see. I can't remember which one Carsophona like swears by, but he was real into it. He was like evangelizing one of these. I don't remember which one it is. So Simple Quest is a Ripper mod. All right, welcome to Simple Quest. Do you have words?
Yeah. There's a whole YouTube video about this.
Yeah, I don't know. My Brave browser's not doing a great job of playing YouTube videos lately, so it feels silly to open up another browser just to play a video. Oh my god. All right, hold on. Go to YouTube. Grab this. Go over here. Give it a video. Watch the video for me. Tell me what the fucking video is about.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
What, that I have AI to read videos for me? I couldn't retrieve captions for the video? What? He doesn't have captions on his video? That's crazy. Alright.
I'm watching the video. It's pretty, like, you set up journals, and those journals have, like,
oh, okay,
a lot of functionality on them. It's really, it's really good, but it's also, like, I feel like there's going to be a lot of setup for this.
Yeah, and I wonder how it compares. I wonder how it compares to the other Quest one. You know what I'm saying?
I doubt it is this intensive.
All right. Well, we're gonna do compare and contrast Forian's Quest and Ripper's Simple Quest. All right. A nice addition would have been Fog of War scalable with hex grid painting unpainting instead of big round brushes. Sure. Top comment. All right. So I'm going to leave Simple Quest turned off until I know for sure how we feel about it. Simple weather. So I turned simple weather off because I don't. You're not. I'm God. So you don't get to tell me if there's rain or not. You know what I'm saying? Like I will honor the weather rules. I will honor the weather rules. But like I don't need you to shove it onto every map. Like sometimes we have a map that is too big to have weather added to it. You know what I mean?
Simple weather does not add the weather onto the map unless you tell it to.
Okay.
I don't have that turn. I never have that turn.
But
ever.
simple weather also is the one that determines the weather every day and spits it out into chat for the GM.
You can turn that off
for the GM.
Yeah, you can.
So like, why would you keep it if we're turning off all its features, though? You know what I'm saying? Like,
no. So I have that. So if the weather shows them like, okay, I think that this weather will be cool for today, and then that I have.
Oh, you let it be like your base level suggestion. See, I went and trained a GPT to like make weather specific to like the campaign and like the time of year and like, you know.
I mean, it has that in there. Like you can set what temperate location you are in, what type of climate in there, what the if it's arid or stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it will spit out a temperature and a rain or a weather event. But I mean, it is basic. It is basic, simple weather. It's not like there's no like, okay, this thing is like a hailstorm because this is the region.
Yeah. No. Kingmaker straight up. I've been warned many times. They're like, don't use the weather rules from the companion's guide or you'll kill everyone. And I was like, tell me more. And they're like, well, I'm telling you, don't use them because there's like tornadoes and there's like spontaneous infernos. There's like earthquakes that are just made out of earth elementals. I'm like, and I don't want to use this. They're like, yeah, don't use it. It'll kill your party automatically. So we're definitely using it. So we're definitely using that system. And
there's a reason why predict weather is on my build guide.
Oh, absolutely. I will put learning. I'll put simple weather to learn a little bit more about it. If it doesn't get in the way, then
there's also a setting now because simple calendar and simple weather sort of work together. The two mod creators work together now. It can be a like side piece on the simple calendar and not be its own little UI element anymore. Because before it was its own little UI element, and it now has an option to just integrate itself with the simple calendar.
Yeah, that's
and it will record the weather. It has a setting now that will record the weather that happened that day and put it as a note on the calendar. So that if you need to go back to that day, you can know what weather it was.
That is pretty.
And there's a reroll button.
That is
for the weather. If you just don't like the weather, you can just hit the reroll button.
All right.
Who knows? I haven't looked into it, but maybe there's a way to adjust the table on the weather.
So the thing I came up with, it tracks like temperature, and unlike the state of Maryland where I live, it doesn't allow a variance in weather per day of more than like 10 degrees. So it's like where I live, it's like 30-degree temperature change every day. Hard to imagine in Florida, I guess, but
no, that happens to us. It's like 70. It's like 70 on one day, and then it goes down to 50 when it gets cold, and it comes back up.
So in the fantasy world of Galarian, they don't have global warming. So like I kind of wanted the weather to be a bit more predictable, you know what I'm saying? So like unless there's an event called like a flash freeze or something, what I found with like simple calendar is every day felt independent from every other day. Whereas the one that I trained up, it looks at like the last like 3 days and it takes that into account when it's creating weather for the next 3 days, so that there's actual like weather patterns. I often felt like simple calendar was literally an arbitrary table roll because that's what it was. It's like a arbitrary table roll. I feel like you can get much more realistic weather patterns. I only need that for Kingmaker. The plane of air, it's just hex based what your weather is. It's like One Piece. Like this is a winter hex, this is a summer hex, like this is a nighttime hex and a daytime hex. And then Stolen Fates, it doesn't even matter because like nothing matters. It's just all over the place. All right, so I'm gonna leave it off for now. But I will go back for it. We got situational shortcuts. That sounds pretty cool.
What's that?
I don't know. Let's see. Foundry VTT situational shortcuts. how much you want to bet this is a Ripper mod? Yep, it's Ripper mod. Customizable bonuses, layer hotkeys, keyboard shortcuts, quality of life changes.
It's a D&D 5e mod.
Oh, it's D&D 5e only. Dang.
Yeah.
All right, I'll turn it off for these guys. All right, smaller roll cards. I like this mod, but I couldn't help but think that it was breaking some stuff in Pathfinder. I don't think it is made for Pathfinder. We'll see. What is it called? Smaller roll cards. All right. So how smaller roll cards works is here. Yeah. They do look smaller. Why aren't you like scrubbing through and explaining yourself to me? Okay. It also small CSS only module that makes default role messages smaller. This is intended to be used in systems that do not modify the look of base roles. So I feel like with Duraco and the Kingmaker UI, yeah,
PF2e by default modifies their the way their cards look.
Yeah, so we'll just leave that one off. Okay. Smart doors. I don't think that matters for.
Let me see if I still have smart doors.
Smart doors.
I don't have it anymore. I don't have it anymore. Yeah.
I mean, that's the one that makes a secret door actually look like a secret door. That's all it does, right?
It also made it so that they all stay the same size. The UI element stays the same size no matter what resolution you're.
That's pretty nice.
The thing is, but I think that got fixed. That got put into core, so I'm not sure.
Okay,
anymore.
So we'll do a check-in on for that one.
Yeah.
Check in on.
I haven't had any issues with the door sizes in a long time. And I don't have it installed.
Okay. Smart target. I like smart target. I think smart target's pretty good. Let's see.
What is it? Is that the thing that lets you be able to target with like a hockey or something?
Yeah. Foundry VTT smart target. Here we go. Okay, it's another Ripper mod. You can target with alt-click, and for players, target just by left-clicking on a non-owned token. Yeah. And then alt-click on an owned token. Target all tokens in a template by alt-clicking the template itself, and then that will select everything in the template. Now that's pretty fucking good. All right, show portrait instead of colored pips to indicate targets. Oh,
I see. Looking at it, they show like sort of a color thing. They show the actual token.
That's cool. All right, and then customize the color and shape of the targeting reticule.
Oh, so the arrows in the corner, it actually puts like a little thing on them.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. All right, yeah, we'll leave that one on for sure. All right.
I think it's a premium mod. It looks like
it might be. Yeah. I've just given up. I'm just like, I don't know. Take my money, I guess. Splatter. Splatter's good.
Awesome, always.
Yeah. Spotlight Omnisearch, good. Starfinder. So Starfinder is turned on for Skyhaven, obviously. And then it is turned on for Stolen Fate for reasons. But it's definitely not needed for Kingmaker. As far as I know. All right, status Halo, status icon counter. We don't need any of that. Stolen Fate. We need that for Stolen Fate, I guess. Taskbar. So taskbar is sexy as hell. And what it does is it adds a Windows taskbar to the bottom of your Foundry, which is pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. I haven't actually
like when you minimize stuff.
Well, I mean, like literally here.
Hello. Today we are taking a look at taskbar. What does it do?
Man, it's 6 minutes long. Okay, I'll add this to the learning section. But basically, it adds a like, you know, like in your Windows computer, you have like a bar at the bottom, and then you could load the bar up with all of your favorite stuff, and then you can get to it easily by just click. It's like a customizable bar that can have anything. I think it's pretty cool. Let's see, video summarizer. Yeah, summarize this video. Since Twitch really hates it when you watch other people's content as your content. Taskbar module showcase. Alright, so demonstrates how to change taskbar transparency effects and settings to enhance its appearance and functionality. Explains the sidebar integration with other modules and applications for smoother workflows. Boosted efficiency. You could drag and drop functionality to quickly access or remove items from the taskbar. Smart time management highlights options for displaying the time, the date, and other productivity tools to keep user organized. And enhanced integration discusses how buttons can minimize or restore applications or adjust for frames per second settings seamlessly. I mean, it sounds pretty cool. I just haven't actually learned how to do it. So I am, though, going to turn it on, and I am going to learn how to do it. I'm actually going to put it at the top of, well, I'm going to put it below macro wheel and macro manager, but I'm going to put it on there. I don't know if you joined before or after I talked about elevation ruler. I think I've talked to you about elevation ruler before.
Yeah.
What's the state? What's the state of elevation ruler now?
So okay, there's three ruler mods. Well, no, there's two ruler mods. There's drag ruler, which works for 5e.
Yeah, we don't have that turned on.
And then there's elevation ruler that works for PF2e. Now, but PF2e has their built-in ruler and has all the functionality you would want, except the only difference is that you have to use X for your waypoints versus elevation ruler, which uses what we're used to with drag ruler.
Gotcha.
Also, elevation ruler allows you to, like, if you want to sort of move up in distance at the same time, like do Pythagorean theorem, you can drag to where the location you want to be, press, the bracket buttons, it will change your elevation and calculate your movement speed for that. Elevation ruler would do that.
That seems like it'd be pretty good for Skyhaven.
Yeah, it would be really good for Skyhaven with all the flying that's going on. But the default one, if there's a lot of information on the elevation one. I don't know if people like seeing all that information. It's a lot of stuff. It's hard to kind of get it all down. There was a recent update for it that fixed it so that it was a bit more conscious of the diagonal movement doing double, and because there were some people, sometimes you'll like drag a diagonal and it would not calculate correctly. That has been fixed recently for elevation ruler. If you go to default one though, there is a mod that just shows the number of action it'll take you to move that far and calculate it. Like when you drag, there's
a setting on the Pathfinder 2e system ruler that'll tell you how many actions it takes, or is that also a mod?
That's a mod that only works with the default ruler, and there's a wayfinding mod that only works with the default ruler.
So do you prefer the wayfinding one?
I think I like, so I used Adamera in his games. He used the default ruler, and as a wizard that I don't do a lot of running and waypoint running and stuff like that, I'm fine with it. But if I was playing a character that moves around a lot, I like my right click. I'm willing to deal with all the extra information for the right click waypoint. Okay,
I like right clicking too. So
I like right clicking.
But none of them allow you to just teleport through walls, right? None of them allow you to just teleport.
No.
God damn.
Oh, actually, no. I believe elevation ruler has a setting that lets you set up a keybind so that it's whatever you hold that keybind.
Oh, baby, we're back in business. All right, I hope that's true.
Okay. I remember seeing one of them. I don't know who it was. Check.
All right.
I don't know.
Sounds good. Terrain mapper. You don't really need that anymore, right? Because it's like built in to.
No, terrain mapper is the one that lets you do it. With the regions.
Damn. Okay.
So regions is built in. Terrain mapper accesses regions to let you do. So you walk over the thing, it automatically reads.
I'm so sad. Okay, I'll add that to the learning list. All right. There's no downside to having terrain mapper turned on, right? if I'm not using it. Okay, it's just like there.
As long as it only affects. It's going to affect you if you have a region on your map. So if you don't have a region, it's not going to do anything.
All right. So let's see. Then we've got the Forge More Awesomeness. Those are like only 5e things, right? The Forge More Awesomeness. Is there really anything awesome in there?
I think that's just Forge's. Actually, I don't know about more awesome. I don't know about that. I know the Forge you have to have, but I don't know about the more awesome.
Can read more about it here.
Here.
What does it do? Fixes to audio loading. Okay. Installable Forge content. All it does is just fix audio. The last comment about it was in 2022. I feel like we could probably leave it alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I don't have it turned on in Strength 1000.
All right. We are at the bottom of the list. We're almost there. Tile scroll. I mean, nothing else does it, right? Like, I will say this. Tile scroll, I don't know if it's got optimization issues or something, but like, it tanks performance on scenes when I turn it on. Like,
it's a lot of calculations going on right there.
Yeah, like it's real rough. I honestly feel like it's better to make an animated like WebM or WebA, WebP, whatever the animated web one is, and just use that because like
I think it's probably best to just use it if it's the only thing.
Oh yeah, and not layering it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know how I did it with the Skyhaven maps because I think I did run into issues with tile scroll being like a real bastard.
And I think because of that reason why that was having issues because you also had that plus all the ship tiles on top of everything because they were flying ships. But like when you did it in Outlaws when it was just the scene of them in the cart while it was moving, I think it seemed fine.
Yeah, this seems to be okay. I'm pretty sure I have it on in this scene. Hold on. Go to tiles. Yeah, tiles? Where's my tile symbol?
Probably hidden behind the.
Oh, it's on. Yeah. It's like off the page. All right. Tile controls. And this is animation, tile scroll. Yeah, so this is using it. It's not terrible. Okay. All right. I think it's if you have more than one tile scroll, it could get really bad. Like if you try to like layer clouds like on top of it, I think on this map I have animated sky and then I have the cloud particle effects, and then that's how it looks like there's layered clouds, but I wouldn't actually try to put multiple tile scrolls on top of each other. I think that's where it started to screw up real bad for me.
I think it's a one and done type of thing. Like you should only have one tile on there that's doing it.
All right, we got tile sort. I don't know what tile sort is.
I have no idea either. I don't have it.
Foundry VTT. Oh wait, sorry. I can just click on this downward arrow and we could go. It's another Ripper mod.
That makes sense.
All right. Yeah. Let's see. Tile sort. Easily sort how tiles are stacked. Hide tiles for easier management of stacked tiles. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's all it does, yeah, I'll turn it on. That's fine. All right.
Why not?
Yeah. If I'm paying for it. Cry. Tile sort. All right. Time's up. We don't need that anymore, right?
Yeah, you don't need it now.
All right. Together with elements archetype. So I have that turned on for Skyhaven, obviously. I guess I could turn it on for the other stuff. It's just like fun, like homebrew shit from Pathfinder Infinite that has to do with like elemental stuff.
Why not?
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Token action HUD. Pathfinder 2e not classic. Turned on. Token attacher turned on. Token aura rings not turned on. Because Pathfinder does a good job with its auras. It shouldn't need any help, right? Okay. Token auras not compatible. Token color marker, we already went down that road. Token elevator. Token elevator.
That's the one that lets you
that shows you all the guys at the bottom, and then you can see which one it is and click on that one.
No. This is the one that makes it so that if you click on a token, you can use your mouse wheel to change their elevation by mousing over their elevation. The little elevation thing that pops up when you right click on them. So like, when you mouse over their elevation, you right click on the token, mouse over their elevation, and then you can use your scroll wheel to change their elevation.
Okay.
I don't have it.
You don't have
just
it?
Type in the number. I just type in the number. Because me and my scroll wheel, I don't trust my scroll wheel. Sometimes, I click it, and it's like,
Okay. Yeah. All right. So I got.
Because sometimes I don't want them to like.
And with Pathfinder and Pathfinder HUD, I don't even know where the elevation is listed. So
the right click. You want to do the right click.
The right click one, and then I go here. Yeah. Oh, and it does work on the mouse wheel.
And you set it to be intervals of 5, 2, stuff like that.
I see. You're worried about like putting somebody down and they actually go into a secret basement in the floor, or like moving somebody up too many
just type the number. I know what level they need to go to. I'm just gonna put the number.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I didn't even know I had this, so it's not like I'm gonna miss it if I turn it off. All right, so that's.
I mean, honestly, you should probably keep it for Skyhaven because Skyhaven's going to have a lot of up and down.
How often we're changing elevations on that one? Yeah. All right. Well.
In that case, keep it on all of them. I don't think you don't have it. You'll use it if you need to use it.
Sounds good. I haven't accidentally used it this whole time, so that's good.
Yeah.
All right. So then we've got token attacher, token color marker, token elevator, token lean peek around corners. Still works in Pathfinder.
Just make sure,
Love it.
Yeah, it worked perfectly. Love it. Just make sure you go ahead and turn off that sound back to the settings.
All right, hold on. I'll go up to add that settings. Lean around corners, turn off sound, and lock setting. All right. Good. Let's see. Good call. Where are we at? Token ease. Is that still a thing? Token ease.
I don't have it because I think there's something else that takes care of that thing now. But that was the thing that makes it so that remember there was a point where Foundry updated and it made token movement super slow. Like when you drag somebody from it took their time. Token ease lets you speed it up. But I think something else does it now. And I also think PF2 by default is is faster than default Foundry. So I don't think you needed it.
Sounds good. Let's see. Tom Cardos, Frontier Town of Driftwood. It's one of those things like the other town. You just load it in when you need it, kind of thing. Oh wait, reading skills. Token variant art. What is that?
That was that mod that we saw that had all the crazy like added UI stuff that we could have added to.
Oh, and, like, but it was so much work. Like it was so yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Token Z. That's the one where you can see everybody stacked on top of each other?
Yeah, when people stand on top of each other, they move out the way.
Okay. So, I've never noticed as a player, if I am standing...
Oh, no, that's not that. Oh. That's not that. That's the one that puts that... If it's a larger creature, you go above them unless they're flying.
Oh, Z Scatter's the one that moves everybody around.
Yeah.
So, if I'm a player and I move onto a space with a hidden monster...
I don't know the answer. I freaked out so many times because of this. I don't know the answer.
I've never noticed as a player, and I feel like I need someone to tell me if it happens or not.
Hey! I'm gonna go and put me on. I'm gonna join Kingmaker real quick.
Okay, sure. All right, let's see.
I need to know.
It's been bugging me for like 3 years.
Yeah, this has been how many times you guys have stepped on something in Strain 1000. I'm like, oh crap, I need to move that real quick, and I'll just move it. And I don't know if you guys see anything or anything like that.
And our players are so good.
And it's always, I'm telling you, it's always Leah who steps on it.
Yeah. Oh right, and they're so polite that they don't want to tell. They don't want to tell you like, Dom, I know there's a secret monster here now. Yeah. All right. I'll activate that. And I'll give you a character to control. Did you make a character already?
Yeah.
Oh,
He
okay,
is.
Markel.
No.
All right, Markel. All right. He doesn't have his miniature or anything. How sad.
Yeah, not yet.
All right.
I don't have access to changing all that stuff.
Okay. That's part of the settings stuff that I'm working on. All right. Are you able to see?
Yeah, I'm able to see.
Okay. Do you hear the
All right.
sounds? Do you hear the sound effects? Oh,
I do.
fancy.
I hear the birds chirping. Yeah, I hear the birds
Fancy.
chirping.
Yeah, I learned how to like turn on night sounds and day sounds alternating based on light sources this week. Yeah, I
Oh
mean,
boy.
I'm not saying I'm coming for Bailey Wiki's job, but no. It was pretty cool though. Also, there's something called proximity walls. Have you been using proximity walls?
Yes, and I did. I was supposed to use it on when you guys ran to Reth, and you saw that you looked through the window.
Mm-hmm.
That was supposed to be a proximity wall window where you only can see through if you look through that close.
Okay,
but I made a mistake and didn't put it in.
So this tent has reverse proximity. So if you get within like 5 feet, you won't be able to see over the tent anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'll unpause the game for you. Yeah, so move over there and tell me if you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when I'm standing right here, I can see back here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And right here, I still see the tent because the thing with the wall, but I can't see behind it. Yep.
Isn't that cool? All right. So
Yeah.
let me grab a big old monster. I don't want to spoil any.
Make sure it's medium because that medium is the one that moves you out of the way. If it's large, you just stay on top of it.
All right. Let's see. We'll grab a red dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they got to be medium for it to work.
Oh, for the scatter to work?
Yeah.
All right. We'll grab a red kobold mage. No, they're not medium. They're small.
I guess what you do just hide a mirror right now.
Oh, and see if that does it?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to hide this kobold. You don't see him anymore? I'm going to hide a Miri.
No.
All right.
Does it scatter for you?
It scatters for me.
It does not scatter for me.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
We're like scientists. We're like scientists right now.
Who made this mod?
Let me check. Z scatter.
Mm-hmm. All right, Ripper, you good guy.
Z scatter is Mad Wizard. Z scatter is Mad
Oh
Wizard.
No, Z scatter.
Mad Wizard. I mean,
Wizard?
Ripper, you're also a good guy. But
Ripper, you're also good. Mad Wizard, you did good.
Yeah. All right. So all the anxiety that we've been bottling up for the last two years can now go away. All right. Fantastic. Nice. All right. Bring that guy back.
All right, and then it scattered once he showed up.
Oh, beautiful. I love it. All right.
Nice.
I wish we had time for me to tell you about all the cool things that Bailiwick Nuts and Bolts does. This whole scene was built with Bailiwick Nuts and Bolts, and like this tent with walls and door and lighting, it was one click, just drag it in, boom, got a tent. And then as I was placing it, that mod earlier, that scale adjuster or whatever, allowed me to like change the size of the tent before I placed it, and it changed every element of it, including the walls.
Man, this is a giant. Is this a giant tent?
I mean, I like a nice big tent. You know what I'm saying? I like a nice big tent.
That 15-foot hammock right there. I'm happy.
Yeah. So I didn't actually look inside to see how big they should be, but yeah. I was like, they need one big tent and they need one small tent. But like inside the wagon, you can actually go inside the wagon too. And and the wagon, you can like change the top of the wagon.
Wow, yeah, I'm seeing it. Yeah, I'm seeing you do it.
And then it gets even crazier, bro. And if the party's like, hey, man, we don't want a red wagon, it's like, don't worry, buddy, I've got you. And then there's like a macro you could check to like change the layers. So you can be like, you should be green instead, and boom, it turns green. It's fucking crazy.
I wonder if he's using, because token variant art used to, that was the reason for that mod before, is that if you had items that need to get recolored, it would find the alpha channels of the file and just allow you to recolor it. I don't know if he's using that in this.
Yeah, and you could do it for like in like a town. You could change all the roofs in the town to match. So if you build a town with this thing, when you're done, you could go, all the roofs here are blue, and then you could use the same town maps for different towns, and then you'd be like, well, in this town everything is blue, and the players are like, immersion. The last town we were in, everything was green. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. And look, when I go to move this wagon, I move it, and the walls move, the doors move,
Yep.
all that stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, it's amazing. These trees, they appear on the roof layer like automatically, and that drop shadow is not part of the art. That's actually a macro
Another token,
effect that gets added to it.
Yeah.
It's nuts. It's just crazy the stuff that it can do. I'm really impressed. I knew it was gonna be awesome, but like it's so much more awesome than I could have imagined. It's crazy. Anyways, all right, let's get back to work. Let's see. Back to the player maps dashboard. All right.
All right.
It's so hard not to get distracted when you're grinding through this stuff, but man, it's been something that's on my to-do list all year, and I was like, I don't want to have this hanging over my head when the year ends. All right, so then we got token Z, which we talked about. UI, hide player UI, that's another one for streaming view, I believe. Minimal UI, I don't think that is good with everything that Pathfinder has going on. I think that you don't want to mess with that.
The reason why I keep it is because I need to have it once Cyberpunk comes back.
Gotcha. Torch mod, I think, is only for 5e. There's plenty of support for that already in Pathfinder. And let's see. Scroll down. All right, so then we've got UI, PF2e, Duraco UI, which is phenomenal. Unfortunately, I don't think I can use it without using the other part of it. Yeah. Does that mean we're not going to have like our stats effects in a ring around us in Kingmaker? Because that's horrible. Ugh.
Is there a way to turn off the built-in Kingmaker art stuff?
I could figure that out. I could add that to my list.
I feel like that's something they would add.
Maybe I could.
Because for the Starfinder stuff, I was able to turn it off when I download the Starfinder premium adventure stuff. There was the ability to turn off the Starfinder UI stuff.
Okay, well then we should probably figure that out.
There was a macro that came with the whole thing.
Because losing the token ring, like that sucks. That sucks pretty bad.
Also, I'm trying to lobby to get my dark sheet back.
Yeah. Voice actor by Blitz, I can't ever trust them again, so that's over. Let's see. Wall height, I still can't believe isn't a core part of Foundry yet. Levels is, I love it. It's so complicated and it breaks so easily, but when it's working, it's so cool.
Yeah. Yep.
The Curse of Strahd castle stuff, I couldn't run that with like the Benios maps. That would have been a nightmare. That would have been a nightmare to run with, like, to have everyone know that they were separated but still not separated because they're all still on that same map. I feel like that was huge. And then that thing at the end of that other campaign, like having the 4 different floors and they were able to just kind of go between the floors as needed. I feel like that was huge. I feel like that was really good. The problem is the more you use levels, the more you want everything to have levels. And it is a lot of work to set up levels. So yeah, that part's a little tough. That's why I'm thinking of going more of a Solasta route where it's like, yes, we have 10 forests. You're going to be in one of these 10 forest maps, but the forest maps are all set up with like terrain modifiers, your height gets changed automatically, levels, like you can climb the fucking trees. Like, I feel like that functionality is better than variety, in my opinion. But that's why I'm looking at this Bailiwiki nuts and bolts, because you can kind of have both. Like if they run through all 10 of your forest maps and you're like, it'd be cool to make some more forest maps, it's a lot easier to make them with that. But we'll see how it goes. All right, and then Z-scatter, and that's it, because we don't use zoom pan options and World Scripter, World Explorer, Warp Gate, Foundry summons. We don't use any of that, so I think we're good.
There was one mod I had. Let me just check.
Okay.
It's the right one.
No, I didn't turn taskbar on here. I turned taskbar. I hope that I have them all together. It looks like I missed some.
Oh yeah, so there's a mod called Wall Template.
Okay. Wall template.
Yeah, Wall Template. It allows like rays to like reflect off a wall like that.
Oh, that's
so like
cool.
if you shoot like a line spell and it hits a wall, you can have it set up so that it will bounce off another wall until it goes its full length.
That's awesome. Is that how rays
something to
actually
think
work
about.
though?
No, it depends on the ability. But if you have something in your case that does that, it can work that way.
Does it work on radius volumetric stuff? Would it like bounce the fireball back?
It does it with cones, and I don't know if it does it with circles, but I know it does it with a cone and with rays.
I like that idea because I mean, even if you have to house rule it, because rays are terrible. So being able to bounce a ray, that's second edition D&D right there. Rays used to bounce. That was very fun. All right, so our mod loads are good. I could right now, before we go any further, log out of each of the games, install the recommended mods, PF2e macros, PF2e sustain reminder, polyglot, and wall template, boot the games back up and log back in, and then turn them on, and then we will have all of the mods mostly synced across all three. Haven't even touched settings yet, and then we are going to try to figure out why Duraco and Kingmaker don't get along, so try to dig into that too. I feel like that's probably a top priority, because I would like to be able to use Duraco with the other system. Alright, so let's do that real quick. Back to Forge. Don't show this again. Back to Forge. And back to Forge. Alright, stop server, stop server, stop server. Gotta stop them, because it won't let you install stuff otherwise. Alright, so we're looking for polyglot. How much setup is there on the DM's part for polyglot? Like
hardly any.
Hardly any. That's good.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't know if I had.
As long as you set up your world to have the correct common, then you're fine.
Okay. Wall template. Wall template. Wall collision. Is that the one?
It was just called wall template. Let me check.
Okay.
Walled templates.
Walled templates. Okay. There it is. All right.
You can add the option for the walls to reflect or block. I think by default, PF2e blocks everything, but as walls get blocked.
Oh, it says I have wall templates. This module lets you toggle measure templates so that they can be blocked by walls. Huh. I didn't see it on the list, though. That's a little weird. All right. Okay, and then sustain reminder. There we go. That is also installed. What? Why didn't we see them?
Yeah.
Are they not compatible with my current system? Is my system like... Okay. And then PF2e macros. What if PF2e macros is also on there? Let's see. PF2e macros. Alright, so that one wasn't installed. Alright. So now we can start everybody back up. And try to figure out why the list didn't populate those guys. Man. Mm-mm-mm. All right, so all three of those are booting up. We'll check on the 2 mods that didn't show up for the list. I don't know what PF2e macros does. You just said it adds like a compendium with even more useful macros.
No. So what it does, it automatically applies macros to a lot of the actions and abilities that a lot of people do, like all the monk stuff. That's like the what's a couple of them? There's like the dual weapon thing. The one when you make 2 attacks, but they don't they combine your damage. That's not that one. It's a different one. He has a big list of all the abilities that are PF2e that it functions.
So the combined damage setting, which I think is a tool belt thing.
Yeah, that's either a tool belt or a workbench thing.
Yeah. I feel like that's really hard to like click the right combination of buttons in chat to get it to work. Like,
so I used it on Monster Hunter because we had a person who had the ranger ability where you take 2 shots,
dual strikes or whatever,
whatever, and it worked pretty well on that. But I pressed the button for them after he did it.
Okay.
Before I pressed the button before I applied the damage.
Okay, so they generated the damage separately, but then you hit the button to combine it, and it did work.
Yeah, it worked.
Okay.
And I just do that right before I apply damage, which is what you would do.
See, I don't know. Maybe I've been doing this too long, but like I feel like I could just mental math it faster than.
Well, the reason why I do it is because it does the whole, apply weaknesses and stuff like that, or only do precision damage once. There's a lot of restrictions that go on there that if you want to do mental math, you can just do it. I mean, that's fast for you, but for me, with all the resistances and stuff like that could be applying and things like that, I just do 2 clicks.
That's true. I haven't seen the higher levels where your weapon does 7 different elemental damage types or whatever, and enemies actually have
in that Monster Hunter game, the creature had a bunch of different weakness types and resistances, and then he had coatings that did extra stuff on his weapon. So I was like, okay, I'll just combine this. And he also was a ranger that had precision damage. So I just pressed the button and then applied it.
Makes
sense.
It
worked out fine.
All right. So we are looking for walled templates. Yeah, it's right there. I guess I just didn't even see it. All right. So walled templates will turn on, and then sustain. Wow, sustain we already had on. Okay.
Awesome.
And then polyglot. There it is. Okay, and then PF2e macros. All right, cool. So that one's done. These other 2 are stuck at 60%. That seems to be like the real bad percentage to get stuck at when it's loading is 60%. We'll see what happens though. And it could be that it's trying to build compendiums, but I feel like we didn't turn that many compendiums on that it would be.
It could be one of those things where like whichever one's the active thing is the one that gets through.
Oh, yeah. It is kind of a butt to try to get 3 going simultaneously on the same account. But I'm always afraid to like stop it mid-load.
Yeah.
But we'll do it. There we go. Start fresh. Go back. I'll stop that one. It's really mad because I'm stopping it while it's trying to start. So I think it's going to finish starting on its end, and then it'll stop, and then I'll have to get it going again. Ugh, obnoxious. All right. If only one of the 3 was to load, I was kind of hoping it would be Kingmaker so that we could start troubleshooting the Duraco stuff, but dash fine. All right. Drag ruler update. Don't show again. So
hey, while you have that open for your calendar on Skyhaven,
yeah,
hit the little option button.
The option button, the settings right here.
Yeah, the settings, and then where it says there's a thing that says open in compact mode.
Yeah, I just don't want. I don't want it to open at all anymore.
There's a button that says don't open too.
Okay. Now I've got this one up here. This is what QuickTime, Smart Clock.
That's from PF2e HUD.
All right. So is there a way for so I need to link them though, because like right now it's showing
they should already be linked.
Oh, they should. Oh, okay. I see. All right, sweet. Yeah. So since I have this, I don't really want to deal with that, you know.
Yeah, and you can just turn it off then.
All right. So we had a failure to boot. All right, we'll go with Kingmaker then, and go for it. All right. So yeah, I don't want this to open unless I manually go to get it. So open on load, turn it off.
Yeah, turn that off.
But when you do open in compact mode, if I ever turn this back on. No, that'll just be when I turn the tool on, it'll open. I guess if I'm manually going to open it, I don't really care if it's in compact view. That makes sense. All right. Position. Sure. That's fine. Okay. So that's all I needed there. But then I have to set that on the other two games also. All right. Now, I think it was at this point 2 months ago or more, I asked everybody to contribute like funny sayings for like natural 20s and natural 1s and all that kind of stuff. I didn't actually rescue any of that out of chat. Yeah. So
how have you liked the Nat 20 stuff and Nat 1 stuff?
I think it's cute. I think it's really fun. I don't know. I like it. I want to change it out to have like pictures of like characters from our games and stuff instead of AI generated memes. You know what I mean? I think that'd be more fun.
Yeah.
But like if you see Andronikos on a Nat 1, you're gonna have a sensible chuckle. You know what I mean? If you see
I mean, you can just have a picture of Straw said it could happen to anybody.
Exactly.
Or Nat 1.
You could have like the one where Andronikos is like shouting, and it could be a natural 20, and you just say it's Fire Island time, baby. You know what I'm saying? So like, I feel like I feel like it's good. I feel like it injects a little bit of humor into it, and it also helps keep track of natural 20s and natural 1s happening, which is fun. So
I feel like that'd be like a cool thing. Like during the course of a campaign, you're just adding from things that happen in the campaign.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's also like a fun thing for like the server multiverse kind of thing, right? Like to honor our past, like to have.
All right, I'm turning it on.
Yeah, that's on my prep. That's on my prep list is to go through and adjust the settings because you can feed it like images and you can feed it text and all that, and I think it can randomly combine them or you can force certain combos to always happen. All right, so we've got this guy's finally booted up. We're going to go ahead and then, since it didn't want me to do all three at once, now we'll do the third one. All right, PF2e macros, it's good. We're going to go to the settings on the calendar. We're going to go down and say don't open on load. And remember position and save. And close. All right. So while this boy is booting up over here, we can try to figure out what is going on with Duraco. All right. So I feel like we should turn Duraco on. Step 1. All right. All right. Duraco. Boop. Boop. Save. And hopefully we'll be able to read the text when it opens back up. It was real bad on Kingmaker. Like everything was just blacked out. I couldn't even see anything. As opposed to Outlaws where it gets whited out. But it always gets fixed after like a little while. But then if the bad day happens to fall on a day where I'm running the game, we can't see anything and I have to turn it off and reload the server. And then I don't remember to turn it back on. Yeah. But yeah, if there's a way to override the Kingmaker look, I don't know. It's pretty integrated into like every aspect of the journal tabs and stuff like that. So
yeah,
we'll have to see. But to lose that functionality would be really sad. Alrighty.
I definitely want dark.
The dark sheet. Yeah. All right. So we've got it. I've got this guy. I click on him. I can see all his stuff. That's great. I go over to manage modules. Everybody's red instead of gray. Ooh, that's nice. All right. So let's open up a journal entry, hopefully without spoiling too much of the campaign. It's got to be a Kingmaker thing though. Introduction? Sure. All right, so this is their very sexy, matches the expensive 800-page book. See how nice that is? So,
not yet.
Okay. Well, when it works, it looks great. And when it doesn't work, it's completely illegible. Now, I mean, I could just build into my routine that if we boot it up and you can't see anything, we turn off Duraco for that session, and then we try to turn it on next session. That's pretty much what we've been doing with Outlaws. I don't mind doing that, you know. But yeah, you see how nice that is? See how fancy? Yeah. So let's see. We'll open Captain Eric Greyblade. It's a little bit of a spoiler, I guess. It says "will kill you guys," so don't read that part. And everything there seems good. Should probably just bring out Amiri. She's less spoily. There we go. And same deal, click on Amiri. Alright, so if I go to her sheet, where do I access the dark mode of this? Is that with the little...
That's in the setting. That's in the settings, the actual settings.
Oh, okay, for the mod?
Yeah, for the mod.
Alright, let's see if it messes everything up.
I mean, you can open up my like here, let me share my screen on Discord real quick.
Okay.
I have it open on mine as a dark mode.
Did you already go and set it up like right away?
Well, when you had it originally turned on, and I came character, I went and put it on, and so when you turned the mod back on, it came back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We're in community. There it is. Share screen.
I mean, it would just be under Duraco, right? Or do you access it in a different place?
No, it's under Duraco. Duraco UI or UX, one of them.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Dom's sharing the screen. Watch the stream. Pop it out. All right, what do we got here? I see it's lovely black sheet. All right. So how'd you turn it on? All right. Configure settings. Yeah. So is it under UI Duraco? Oh, it's PF2e Duraco. Okay.
PF2e Duraco UI, and then you can change it to be sheet theme to be dark or rulebook dark, and then sheet theme color black. And you also can change it so that the text over here is also dark as well.
See, that was another thing that was happening that was breaking with Outlaws. So, okay.
But I guess you could also just change these are all options.
Yeah, so, it could be per person, right?
Yeah, it's per person. It is per person.
All right, so what's the difference here between the UI and the UX? User interface, user experience. So, Duraco
so this
UI,
one's like what image pops up here in the text when the character shows up. How whether the logo shows up, the Forge logo, Foundry logo shows up in the corner.
Oh, so I could just choose like no theme, and then that should default to whatever's provided by the adventure.
I think so. If there's an option like that.
Okay. Chat message header theme.
Yeah, if you want your chat. So I know Itamira does this. It makes it so that the player color is at the top of the chat.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right. And then I could actually lock that so that everybody has to use it. Cool. Oh, then I have to restart. All right. While that's happening, we'll go to the calendar settings so that they don't open in my face every time I try to.
Well, make sure when you lock something, make sure to sync before you lock, because that would.
Yeah. But if I got new players, I have to resync it for those players, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. I'm not seeing a color change.
So if you're trying to look for the actual KeyMaker UI stuff, if that's what you want to edit, it's probably going to be like a macro or something like that from the KeyMaker module.
Oh, all right. That's a lot of macros, man.
I know. So, do they have like a when you first open up? Is there like a this is the KeyMaker Foundry module?
Yeah. It's called the introduction right here.
They might have the macro there.
All right. Journals and visibility. While most of the journals in the module are only visible as GM, this one is not hidden from your players. You should feel free to invite them to read it. Secret pages. It doesn't say anything about it. Reading the journals. Encounter blocks. Like, I don't want to lose this interface. I like how it looks. So.
Oh, in that case, then I guess it's just a matter of hopefully having the.
Hopefully it doesn't break my ability to read journal entries or whatever. But maybe there's a setting here for journals, so that I can say, don't try to override anything about the journals. Let's see.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked in Duraco, but probably Duraco has something like that. That you just don't touch this. Duraco.
Okay. PF2e Duraco. Sheet, roundness, miscellaneous
maybe
settings.
It's the interface theme, where it says interface theme, it says glass. Maybe put no theme.
No theme. There we go. All right. I think that's probably applies to the user interface elements like controls, navigation, sidebar, as well as floating style modules. I don't think that's going to cover it, but
yeah.
What's do it yourself? No, I don't think I want to know.
Oh, no.
All right. What does glass mean?
So like how
they semi-transparent now? Is that?
Yeah.
That do look good though.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. All right, Duraco UX, chat, prefer token image, hide avatar when secret, size. Enable token avatar pop out. Avatar reacts to critical rolls. Critical roll will go green. Critical failure becomes muted and dark. Use avatars. It's hiding. Hide cards tab removes the cards tab in the sidebar entirely. Hide chat icon control. This is the dice icon next to roll options. It tends to crowd the UI. I mean, it crowds the UI, but like, don't you want to be? Don't you?
Not for us, because we don't have that, because we have the dice mod.
Okay.
And the buttons, we have the buttons instead of the drop down. That's a.
Oh yeah, I got a question too. We got these little dice dudes down in the bottom. Those are from the HUD, right?
That's true. So yeah, the one up above is from the HUD. The one below are from dice.
I kind of just want to keep both.
Yeah. Honestly,
I don't see the harm, because like having a flat check, flat check 5 is fun. Having a flat check 10 is fun, and then like these guys down here, it's fine. We'll leave it. All right, but I don't see a color tag. Maybe you don't have a color. Oh, you have a color selected. You have this color black selected. Yeah, I don't see like anything in chat showing that you have a color selected. Maybe that's because I put for chat message no theme, Is that why?
Let me see. How about when I just typed in hello? Nothing.
No, I mean I see your name and I see hello, but I don't see like a color at the top. Do you see it on your end?
So right now, looking at this person, they're green. Their token is highlighted green.
Oh, okay.
And I think is your color. Was that Scottrick? Yeah, it was Scottrick.
Okay.
His was highlighted green for me. Maybe that was because he critically succeeded.
Maybe.
Roll again, Scottrick. You can.
See, chat message header theme player colored, but I ain't seeing the header changing color. I wonder.
Well, have you saved yet?
Yeah.
Since you made that change.
Yeah, since I made that change. All right.
Yeah, nothing.
So what is this if I switch to Discord Dark? Oh, is that gonna look?
It looks like Discord. It looks like Discord in the UI.
Oh, that's cool.
I use that for Starfinder.
All right. Chat message opposition. Oh, that's
so you can make it so. Yeah, so I know Red does it with light for allies and dark for the bad guys.
All right. So as a DM, who am I? Am I the opposition?
Yeah, we're people that are not on the party side and not allies are the opposition.
Got it. All right, I'm gonna save it and reboot. See what happens. I'm wondering if I have another chat enhancement mod that might be preventing the color coding from going through. I thought we had turned all that stuff off though, but there are a lot of mods. Okay, I do see that your name, your actual names are different color. Is that the heading part that it's talking about? Like,
I mean, probably for you, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Okay, that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna go to mods real quick and make sure that we don't have any other chat enhancements turned on. DF chat enhancements turn off. We just have chat pins. Oh, we do have a Landrel's chat enhancements.
I think that's the one. I think her chat enhancement is just letting you know who's talking.
Oh, okay.
Like it puts Scottrick in parentheses next to his character.
All right. I'll leave that on then. That's fine. Okay. And then in chat, you guys are light. So if I bring out a bad guy, this kobold mage, and I have him do some stuff. All right. So he shows up in black. That's cool. Yeah. All right. That's nice. So if you do something now, it should show up in white, right? Since you're a good guy.
For you, yeah. Yeah, for you, yeah. Okay. For me, I have everything as black. I want my dark mode.
Oh, you just want everything as black. Yeah. That would actually be really good for me to be able to just scan with my eyes and see bad guy versus good guy quickly. Wish I could set the color per player too, but I don't think I could do that. Let's see. Maybe chat enhancement would let me do that. Chat enhancement. Clear chat unload. Tempting. Confirm before deleting. I don't think. Do we really need to confirm before deleting chat? I mean, it's just one more click on top.
There's been some times where I've been thankful for it because I forgot to pin something before I delete.
Oh, smart. Okay. All right. Let's see. Clear trigger, clear target, show sender name, allow speaker focus, show speaking as, allow speaking as selection, allow speaking as. So this is one that maybe I should be turning off because sometimes I'll be still selecting a mini that's hidden or invisible and I'll type something in the chat and then it'll kind of spoil that monster or creature is around. So yeah. But then if I don't have it turned on, I have to do like the drop down and select from all the possible speakers on the scene, and that's kind of a pain in the ass too. So it's kind of a double-edged sword there.
What was that mod? It was called like Cautious GM or something like that. That stopped.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Cautious GM, just I don't know if I want to go down that road. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of options there. They're like, I don't want to be tempted.
Yeah. Like,
I can see when you're talking to somebody else.
You're right.
Looking over the hold on. There's a I have an emote that I want to use in chat that shows that.
There's a setting that's like, if they try to change their equipment, you know what I'm saying? It like tells you in chat. It's like, oh, they changed their equipment, and it's like, yeah, I'm sorry that this morning I didn't put my weapon in my hand, but obviously I would have my weapon in my hand. Would you? Would you have it in your hand? Like, what exploration action were you doing? Like, I don't know. I have some players that are like, I must punish myself. I didn't have it in my hand.
I'm one of those players.
I'm going to spend the action economy on it. And then I have some players that are like, I mean, obviously I would have it in my hand, right? And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, your character's not doing anything that would require your hands. Sure, it could be in your hands. And of course I'd have my gun loaded, right? I keep every single gun I own loaded all the time. All the time they're loaded, right? It's like, yeah, I guess you would have all your guns loaded too. Yeah. Otherwise, I think a lot of my players would miss the first round of every combat. Maybe they'd learn eventually. I don't know. Could be strict. Could be strict like that.
There's that emote. No, found it. All right. Looking out from the window.
That is kind of how the vibe of that feels.
Yeah. Exactly.
Big time. All right, I guess we're gonna start working through settings then. We're gonna try and go with Duraco and see if it works. So we checked in on Duraco for Kingmaker. We put that on the list. All right. So something that I have on my do this right away is health estimate. How many different ways are we estimating health now is the question.
So there's health estimate and PF2 HUD.
So we don't really need health estimate anymore.
Yeah, we don't. We can just use PF2e.
All right. So I'm going to turn off health estimate.
Actually, now that you run, I need to go ahead and update the number of last legs there. So there's going to be on his last legs, and then he's going to be on his last leg.
I will say that
moving forward.
I don't like it having two different readouts, like, when we're trying to figure out where their health is at. So yeah. Let's see. Okay. Manage modules. Health estimate. All right, turning it off for all three. Save. Yes. Save. Yes. And save. Yes. All right. Check. No calendar when boot. Check. Oh, lean around corners. Turn off sound and lock the setting. So I'll have to do that. Should I put a reminder here that I'll have to do that in session 1? Let's see.
Just remind the players to do that.
In session 1. Force settings and lock. Alright. Are there any other force settings and lock, or do you feel like that's the number one, force settings?
I wish I could do that for left click to release and token speaker.
We can't send those over?
I don't think so. I haven't
core settings.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
What else is there?
So I did a lot of the prep for these 3 games on my laptop, so I'm not even sure, part of why I'm doing this is I'm not even sure what my local settings are because they're different across my different computers that I've worked on it with.
Yeah.
Oh, so what were you saying?
For the elevated ruler, making sure that it actually turned on and being used.
Ooh.
That's one of the ones that you're gonna have to sync.
Oh yeah, it doesn't work. Validation errors. Elevation must be a finite number. So when I go to move it, it just doesn't work. I was encountering this issue before with elevation ruler. So I will see if
you have another mod. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And that means you must either have Wayfinder turned on or PF2e elevated ruler turned.
Oh, so they're not the same.
No, you just PF2e elevated ruler. That was old. That's back when we lost drag ruler, and they had to come up with a quick fix, and then everything got integrated into one mod.
Okay, so I only have elevation ruler. I don't have PF2e elevation ruler.
Do you have wayfinder turned on?
All right, let me check. No.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, and do you have here?
Here, I'm gonna drag. I'll drag Jack out to this scene, and I'll try to move him. He moves fine, and I think I have elevator ruler turned on. And then over here, I'll try to move Amiri. She moves fine. So something happened to Skyhaven. It doesn't make any sense though, because we just went through the mod list, and they all have the same mods. Unless it's the scene itself.
Yeah, go to a different. I mean, maybe we'll see.
All right.
Usually, when I was having that issue in Strength Thousands, it was because something was doing turn off wayfinding. You have wayfinding turned off. You see a little in your left hand side. There's like a two locations.
Oh, I see it with a little string. It says pathfinding.
Yeah. Turn it off.
Okay, but I have it on for this other game.
You do have two. Yeah, you have two pathfinding things turned on in this thing, because you have two of those squiggly line buttons in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So pathfinding and pathfinding. So there must be a setting.
Yeah, there's two mods that are doing pathfinding, and both of them are struggling to take control. And that's why it's happening.
Okay, so let's see.
So go to elevation ruler in the settings, and I think you could turn off pathfinding
elevation ruler pathfinding.
Turn that off, and then there's something else. There's some other mod that's also adding pathfinding. You shouldn't have two buttons.
Okay. Well,
you only have one.
I'm gonna go to configure settings. Pathfinding. Pathfinding is turned on for elevation ruler. Turned on for elevation ruler. Tokens block, no. Limit pathfinding to explored areas. Pathfinding snap to grid. But you're saying you don't normally have the pathfinding enabled with elevation ruler?
No, I have it. So I have it turned on where if somebody wants to use it, they can toggle it on. But I don't have. You see how you have two pathfinding buttons on your side? There's another mod that's adding that second button. That's the mod that.
All right, I know what it is. I think it's the Starfinder mod, because when I hold on. Why is this not showing up here?
PF2e compass. That's it. It is PF2e compass.
Elevation ruler didn't even get turned on for this one, so that wouldn't have been a good. So you're saying it's the compass that's causing the problem?
I think PF2e compass is it.
Okay.
Well, no. Unless what? Okay, hold on. What is PF2e compass for you? Because I remember there was a compass. It was a really old mod.
Mm-hmm.
When drag ruler and we had to update and all the rulers broke, people were trying to fix it, right?
Yeah.
And one person came up with a PF2e mod that was supposed to fix it. Another person came up with another one, and then everybody settled on to just updating elevated ruler and having everything be inside there, or you use the default one inside PF2e. But there's a lot of leftover mods from when we were trying to fix it, and I think compass was one of them.
Okay.
PF2e compass was one of them. So that's what you might need to turn off that mod, unless that's a Kingmaker mod that I'm not aware of.
All right, PF2e compass is right here. It doesn't give me a downward facing arrow on this one either to explain what it does. That's kind of weird. All right, let's look it up. PF2e compass. All right. It doesn't explain that it does anything. This module has been renamed to Wayfinder.
So yeah, you need to turn that off. That's what Wayfinder. That's the problem right there.
Right. So we'll turn that off. We'll go into manage modules.
You don't need it. The only reason why you would need that is if you're not using any ruler mod, and you would use Wayfinder and not PF2e compass. So it hasn't. You haven't updated it in a while too.
Okay, compass. All right, got it. So we're gonna turn all those off. And hopefully And hopefully this will fix it.
Yeah, that should fix it. And you can turn on pathfinding back on elevated ruler, and it's a toggle that a player can turn on if they want to use pathfinding or not.
Gotcha. And we were going to look at possible teleporting.
Yeah, let me see if I can find where that setting is. I remember seeing it earlier.
All right, and then remove PF2e compass. All right, so we're rebooting there. Oh, Scottrick sent me a picture of like the chat headings working correctly, and I definitely don't have them working correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So that sucks. I wonder why. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's so many like variables.
Yeah, that's what I've seen Itemera have, yeah.
Okay. Hey, it works again. All right. Oh, wait. This is Skyhaven, though. Was it? No, Skyhaven's when it wasn't working.
Yeah, Skyhaven was the problem.
All right. So it's working there, and then it's working here. On this one, it's not leaving a little line behind him when he moves. That could just be the settings for the dashboard, though. Because there's
you might need to go into settings and turn on to use the ruler for yourself in that world.
Okay.
Because by default it's turned off, which I have no idea why. So dumb.
Okay.
Well, we install this mod and the default is off.
Makes no sense. So elevation ruler.
Yeah,
Levels, floor, label, always. Use pathfinding, always. Tokens block, no. Limit pathfinding to explored areas. Use token ruler.
Yeah, you want that to be always. Or wherever you wanted to use it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's one that I should turn on for everybody and then lock it. But
Yes.
Alright. I'll add that to the turn on for everyone and lock it session 1 or session 0. Get like a list going here. Alright. We'll put lock at session 0. Alright. And then the other one was peek around corners. Okay. But I need to do all my settings at the same time, at the same way, otherwise they're going to get wildly out of sync. So let's open configure settings. And then it's very annoying because you have to get all three, right, to display the same one. And then if it's a change that causes a reboot, then you gotta wait for all 3 worlds to reboot.
Yeah.
Like this is so fucking tedious. I'm glad I'm only running 3 games. Alright, so use pathfinding is on. Level, floor, label is no, never, and always. So I have 3 different settings across my 3 different games. I think. No, wait. Always, never, always. Elevation ruler, level, floor, label. If levels modules, I would label the ruler with the current floor. I don't see the harm in that. Like,
yeah.
Does it matter if you know what floor you're on? No. Alright. Always. Okay. Or I could put only when levels UI is activated. That's not a bad idea.
That's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Alright, so we'll set that. Alright, pathfinding is good. Tokens block is good. Limit pathfinding, don't worry about it. Use the token ruler.
So I would say token block you shouldn't have on because it also blocks allies. So when you try and pathfind it, it's gonna like make you move outside.
I have it set to no.
Yeah.
And then hide GM token ruler. I like the GM's token ruler to be hidden. I don't want to know what they're planning. Like, I don't want to watch you move the dragon towards my miniature over and over again as you contemplate whether or not to murder me. Let's see. Use token speed highlighting. When using the ruler, use different colors for token walk dash max distance. That sounds fine. No speed highlighting on hostiles. When enabled, the user cannot see a hostile secret token speed unless the user has observer or owner permissions. I mean,
so they'll see the drag ruler, but they won't see like, okay, they're taking this many actions to get to me.
Okay, yeah. I feel like as a DM, I want to be able to get away with mistakes, so I'm going to turn that off because I like being able to not. I got to minimize the amount of well actuallys that are delivered to me. Otherwise, I'm just going to quit Pathfinder. So I'm going to turn that one off. Let's see. No highlighting for hostiles. All right. Then we've got track combat move history. Display history in the ruler when a token moves repeatedly in the same combat round. That sounds fine. Euclidean distance. Yep. All right. Scale ruler text. When enabled, ruler text will be scaled depending on the canvas dimension side, further adjusting scaling. Okay. So if you're zoomed really far out, the text will be big still, so you can see what's going on.
Yeah.
That seems pretty good.
You have and it really only works if you when you have like a really big scene and then all the UI stuff turns small.
Yeah.
Normally, that's when it will stay the same size.
Yeah, I'll turn that on. That's fine. Customized ruler text changes the styles of your text. I don't really care. I mean, I know why it's there. It's a good accessibility feature, but hide elevation from the ruler. Hide the elevation from the label when using a ruler. Nah, that's fine. Round distance to multiples. Token.
Don't worry about that because you're going to change that settings as you get further down.
All right. Token penalty %, flat token penalty. If enabled, treats the token penalty as fixed amount of movement. Use grid for movement. Okay. Yep. So we're good on those.
Cool. Yeah.
All right. Elevation ruler. Settings good. All right. And actually works, which is a big deal because I tried so hard to figure out what was causing it, and it just turned out it was that compass mod.
It took me a while to figure it out too, and then I realized I saw two pathfinding mods, and I was like, wait a second.
That's what it was.
Why are there two of the same buttons?
Yep. All right. So lean around corners sound. All right, back into settings, and is called token lean, I think. Token lean, peek around corners. And turn off the hateful sound. So I did think that I could go through and I could like adjust the settings in one of these games, and then I could export it with Florian's environment copy and then paste it over to the others. I thought maybe that could work, but I don't know. It's probably more accurate than me trying to do it this way, where I'm like making the change 3 times. Like, I don't know.
There's also the module manual plus that lets you import and export just your module list with its setting. With the settings, yeah. So you're not copying the entire world; you're just copying the modules and the module setting.
All right. So notification sound is blank. Does that mean it's not going to play any sound?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Notify when leaning. I don't care. Do you care if people are leaning in your game? Do you want to check in on them?
Not really.
All right.
Not really. No.
Can they lean while paused?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'll let them lean while paused.
All right, then I'll enable that. That sounds fun. Maximum lean distance is almost an entire space. Dang, that's awfully generous. I don't think that's a problem either. So,
yeah.
All right, save. All right, check that off the list. Okay. No HP, always HP when booting up. All right, so.
Have you been using it? The always HP little thing there?
I have players that use it. That's why I was just going to turn it off and only turn it on when I need it. But it's not terrible. I definitely don't use it as much in Pathfinder as I used before. But if that's a tough. You got a good point here, because Pathfinder do have a lot of good tools for like tracking health, and this would be one less clutter to deal with. So it is kind of tempting to just turn it off.
Yeah. I think I still have it. I still have it installed, but I don't. I have it always off for me.
Yeah, I think
I turn when I play in your game. I turned it off.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm just gonna turn it off. We'll do always HP off on these.
Also, I'm willing to get rid of just so I have one less mod to like sort of kind of keep track of.
Yeah. All right. Always always HP. And then of course it's going to want to reboot just for removing one little tiny mod. Alright. So I'll move that to the remove section. And I'll put a note next to compass. Was breaking elevated ruler.
Put compass / wayfinders, just in case you run into it as wayfinder.
Oh, okay.
Later on, because that's what his actual name is.
All right. And then no HP always. So we're gonna get rid of always HP. All right. Cool. All right. Still haven't found a possible teleport. That's fine.
I found it. It's in the. It's for elevation ruler, but it's not in the settings.
It's a hotkey.
Yeah, it's a hotkey.
Okay. All right. Let me take a look at this while it's loading. Hotkeys. Configure controls.
Yeah, and then go to the elevation ruler. It's at the bottom.
PF2e. Oh, it's like literally tucked down at the bottom.
No, like go to elevation, not PF2e elevation ruler, just elevation ruler.
Oh, okay.
And it's the bottom of that, bottom of its list.
All right, so decrement ruler, increment ruler, add regular waypoint. This is where I can change it to a right click, right?
It's by default, it's a right click.
Oh, so why does it say add regular ruler waypoint when using the canvas ruler?
Regular ruler.
Oh, okay.
Like if you just pick the ruler button and you start doing stuff, right click is there, and then this is another way you can do it.
Okay, I got it. All right, temporary toggle pathfinding. Oh, that's pretty cool.
And you hold wire drag and it'll turn on pathfinding.
Nice. Force ruler elevation to ground. Hold on, G. Okay. And then teleport along ruler is F, but F is used by a lot of things.
Yeah.
So, and Alt is used by a lot of things, so we clearly can't make it Alt either.
I made mine's left Alt.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
It didn't say like.
And it is yeah, it says especially conflicting with highlight all object.
Oh, that is true. It does.
Also, force drop. Okay, hold on. Wow, there's a lot of stuff here.
That's
force
what I
drop
mean,
one
yeah.
item modifier player attached to object on canvas.
Okay. What if we make it tilde? Oh wait, that says potentially conflicts with push to talk, push to mute. We're never gonna use that. All right.
I'm never gonna use that.
Tilde it is. I need to write that down though. Let's see. I'm gonna make myself an actual cheat sheet. Then I'm gonna.
Can I make it mouse? Can I make it my mouse button?
Oh, that'd be hype. Can you?
No, it's keyboard only. No.
Okay. All right. I have this little keyboard. Like I have a small analog keyboard that I use for chamomile controls. I could do that. I also have a Stream Deck. I wonder if I could like use the Stream Deck for Foundry and have special.
I mean, would you want to hold the button on the Stream Deck to do that, or would you want to hold something on your keyboard?
Yeah, true. I'm not thinking specifically for that. I'm just thinking for more hotkey options because it feels like we're gonna have a lot of hotkeys. All right, so teleport while using elevation ruler. All right, and that is for me gonna be tilde. All right, which means we got to go in and we've got to
update on all the other ones.
Updated the other ones, and we have to turn off push to talks thing so it doesn't try to activate push to talk. So wherever push to talk is, that'd be like a core setting, I guess. Core key binding.
Probably.
Yeah. Push to talk. Delete. Just delete entirely. Just get the fuck out of here. All right. Cool. All right. That would solve that. I just got to do it to these other ones. And controls are something that you can't easily copy from game to game, right? Because they are local cookies-based things, right? Yeah. That's a real shame. Oh my god. Having all these custom hotkeys and oh man. Well, whatever. Let's see. Elevation ruler, teleport ruler, tilde. Definitely gonna learn that hotkey real fast. It's gonna be great. Go into here.
No more creatures flying across the world to get into the.
That's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. Like, it's so dumb.
I'm looking forward to seeing my gigantic, 11 by 11 creature just slowly coming off screen.
And remember when everything was moving really slow when they needed token ease or whatever? So not only is it going through walls, but it's going through walls over a span of like 2 minutes. This is like
snail space.
And you're like, look away! You're gonna see the whole dungeon really slowly. Please don't look. Oh my god, it was terrible. Okay, so let's see. Elevation ruler, teleport along ruler, tilde, save. Okay, so let's try it out. All right, Kyra the cleric. She moved normal, but now she teleport. Nice. All right, hell yeah. Very, very happy. Good stuff. All right.
And that's the benefit of using elevation ruler over default Foundry PF2e ruler.
Yeah, that's great. So we have teleport and we have right-click waypoints. What more could you possibly want? And it does calculate flying Pythagorean too. So, yeah. All right. What is next on the agenda? Let's see. Possible teleporting?
Also,
check.
Another thing too that it did add, and I'll show you this right now. If you right-click on Kyra, there's like a little button at the bottom that lets you toggle which speed you want to use for them.
What speed? Oh, switch movement type, but it's locked because she doesn't have more than one movement type.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
So when you're using a flying character, you want to make sure you press that for them, so they all use their flying speed.
And that's part of why I kind of don't want to show the limitations of NPCs, because I don't want to have to switch that over. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that the dragon has a 50-foot flight speed. I don't want to have to click that, change it to fly with the dragon. Like, you know. Let's see. Ancient red.
I think it actually automatically does it if they're elevated.
Oh, it does switch them to flying if they're elevated? Oh, that's pretty cool.
I think it does automatically switch it.
So right now, it's actually locked for... Oh, there it goes. I was able to click on it. All right. So what do these mean? This guy has a shuffle? Is that burrowing?
Burrowing.
All right.
Yeah, burrowing.
This one has a stick. Is he blind? What's going on there?
Yeah, I think it's difficult terrain.
That's really not appropriate. Okay, and then we got a little bird, like a Twitter bird. That's for flying.
Yeah. That's for flying. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Okay, that's cool. All right. Let's see. Do you know how to delete player-made macros? I was gonna go ahead and delete, so I didn't have two Crash Gem PF2e folders. That's somewhere in the Forge interface, right? Yeah.
So player macros. You're talking about the.
I'm talking about the compendium. I'm talking about the compendiums. Like, I have an extra compendium I don't need, and rather than like have it show up as a possible compendium, I want to delete it. I think that's handled in the Forge area, though.
I mean, if probably if it's one of the ones that you made yourselves,
yeah,
then you should be able to just turn off the mod for it.
I don't know. I just don't want to look at it anymore. So I'll figure it out. That's not a pressing one.
You want to actually delete the mod?
Yeah, I want to delete my shared compendium. Yeah.
It's like going in and uninstalling any other mod. Like, you go find it in the where your mods are.
Oh,
click
really?
On
okay.
And then you uninstall it, and it will delete.
All right. So let's see. It would show up in like the store.
Yeah. Okay. If you go to where all the modules are, the bazaar, where all the modules are.
Yeah.
Setting this check.
Oh yeah, there it is. Crash Gem PF2e, and then I could just uninstall it. All right. Cool. All right. Delete it. Thanks. Check that off the list.
I had to go ahead and uninstall the Ramen updated one that I had.
All right. Let's see. Learning. I got macro wheel at the top of the list. All right. Oops. All right. So configure settings. Go down to macro wheel. Macro wheel. All right. Folder button size. Don't know what that means. Macro button size. Hover delay. Use middle mouse to open the macro wheel. Okay. Close the macro wheel when a macro is clicked. You can hold Control to keep the wheel open. That's cool. Enable tooltips. Show hotbar macros. Add the hotbar macros to the macro wheel. Well, what else would be there? Collapse hotbar on startup. Start with the hotbar in collapse mode. Use root folder. Use the whole macro directory as the root folder. That's a lot of macros. Oh my goodness. Okay. So if I click with my middle, oh there it is.
And another problem with that is that if players are making their own macros and dragging them in and junking up your folder, then all the copies of those macros.
Yeah. All right.
I'd just say use your bar.
That's pretty cool. I'd like them to be bigger though. Let me see. Button folder. Let's just go 90 on everything. And then hover will be 150. It'll be a chalk boy. There we go. Ooh, I like that. All right. Hotbar, spell DC by rank, rare, 7. Oh, neat. Okay. It didn't send it to chat though. Let's see. Spell DC is by rank. It is uncommon spell of level 9. Oh, I wonder if I have to have an actor selected for that one. Hold on. Alright, spell DC by rank, uncommon. 5. That macro does not seem to be doing anything. Weird. Okay. I don't think it's because of this mod though. Here, this brings up, yeah, that's really nice. Just middle mouse button and you have all your hotbar without having to have your hotbar, like anywhere your cursor is on the screen, you just have your hotbar. That's pretty good. I wish you could color code. Well, I guess they are color coded. They're different gears, but
rather than just be the number, right?
Yeah. So we got, and then one of them doesn't have anything listed, and that's, I think, because there's no macro on it. So now, yeah. So I got hotbar 1, 2, 3. They're in the same place every time. And then I think this guy right here, this is like every macro. Browse the macro directory. All right. So, and I can make subfolders within that. Ah, and then the subfolders show up also as on the wheel. That's pretty good. Oh, you can change the icons out, Tom.
Oh, you can?
Yeah. All right, so if I go to 1 and I think I can right click. Maybe not. It let me do it with the other one. Maybe that's because it's from here, but yeah, it says I can change the macro wheel icon for the folders, but I guess I'm stuck with gears for the bar at the bottom. Yeah, that's not too bad though. Yeah, so this is great because then I could have all like the Bailey shit in a folder in the macros directory and just call it BaileyWiki and then put the BaileyWiki logo, and then I know when I need a BaileyWiki one, I can just go there and grab it.
Yep.
The question is there any way to copy that over, or am I going to have to set it up on all 3 games? I have not found a way to get the hotbars and the macros to transfer between games. Other than,
yeah,
I don't even know if duplicating a game duplicates the macros.
I guess what you can do is set it up, right? Set it up in your folder, and then drag that folder into a shared compendium. Go to your other game and just import that shared folder.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Okay. So, yeah, that's a great idea. So if I'm moving away from using the hotbar as much anyways, I could just focus on having the thing here. I guess the question, yeah.
And then you're gonna make sure all your players, don't just make macros willy-nilly, because then it's just junk up your folders.
Yeah, that's true. It's gonna.
It
won't junk up my folders. It'll junk up the main folder. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the main one is. I feel like the main one's gonna be a bust anyways. It's these custom folders that I can make. Like this one's the Pathfinder Harrow, and this.
Because when you have all your folders there, if you have more than a bunch of different folders, what does happen to and then a bunch of stuff inside of it? What does it look like?
Oh, you mean like folders inside folders? You want to try that?
No, like you have multiple folders, and then outside of them you have a whole bunch of just unassigned.
Yeah. So what you're seeing on the wheel right now is the one with 2 gears is everything that's in the macro folder. And then the one next to it that's just a gray die, that is the Pathfinder Harrow folder, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So when you add more folders, does it just make the wheel bigger?
Yes, it just makes the wheel bigger.
Okay.
So
all right. That's good then.
If I create a new one, I put BW for Bailey Wiki, and then I make it like green, and I put it there. Now when I right click, well, I guess it has to have content inside of it, but let's see. Bailey Wiki. Should probably just open the macro itself. Oh, here we go. Bailey Wiki nuts and bolts macro. The macro. Okay. Oh, okay. It's a compendium, and then that opens up the macros. Okay. So new random overlay river token effect turn to stone. Oh, what's token effect turn to stone look like? All right, I'm gonna drag that out to here, and we'll select you, and then here, turn to stone. Nice. That actually looks pretty good. It colors it, and then it adds cracks and layers and stuff. How do I turn it off though? Turn it to stone again? Oh, it just gets worse. Okay. How do I remove the effect? Oh no. Let's see.
It looks like it's using token magic effects, so you can just use the remove effect from token magic effects macro.
Remove all FX data from a scene. Oh, that's a little extreme.
No.
See, I feel like I need to have another one of my worlds open that I can copy those macros from, It's called 00A delete filters unselected. Looks like a little broom. I'm not seeing it. 00A delete? Nah. I wonder if I don't have
token magic effect.
Wow, that would be some shit, right? Let me check manage modules. Token
00-A.
Oh, okay.
And there's a space between the zeros and the dash.
All right, 00-A. Yeah. All right, I'll just open up the compendium for it. Let's see. Token magic. Token marker effects, token magic, drop shadow.
Yeah, I'll toss in.
Okay.
Chat what it looks like.
Cool.
That's the name. That's the full name of it. In the stream.
Oh, it's in the stream. Okay. Okay. So let's see. But I want to be able to find that compendium so I can grab other stuff out of it.
It's usually like all the way at the bottom somewhere. It doesn't automatically get filtered into folders.
00.
It's like token magic portfolio. That's the name of the.
Delete filters. There we go. Delete filters on selected. All right. So we drag that here.
Is that wheel a Ripper premium mod?
Yeah. I think so. All right. So I'm gonna turn her to stone some more, but then I'm going to try to get rid of it. So I select her, go here, turn to stone some more. Oh, a third. Nope, that didn't change anything. All right, I thought maybe since it was different every time, it would go away. And then delete filters unselected. Cool. All right, so I don't really want that for a Bailey thing. I feel like I'm going to do Bailey nuts and bolts as one folder. And then I want to do like token special effects as another folder. So then that's where we could put burning and frosty and all that kind of stuff. Token, token special effects. Let's see. There we go. All right. So in token special effects, that's where we could put delete and turn to stone. And then we could swap out our own icons for these too. And names, right? You don't have to have the same name. At least I don't think. I don't know. Let's give it a shot. Are we allowed to edit while they're in here? Doesn't look like it. I think I have to drag it to the bar, change it, and then drag it back. Alright, so if we edit this macro and we do clear filters, I hope nothing calls on the name of this. We go in here, and where would it be? UI assets? I have like a nice no symbol, but I'm trying to remember like where I have it stored. Okay, numbers, macros, icon folder, surfaces, turn markers. Maybe it's in the different section. Token status markers, that's probably where it is. Yeah. Alright, so there's this no symbol. So we select that. Save the macro out. Hey, it updated it here too. That's cool. Alright, so turn to stone. We could do the same thing. So drag turn to stone out here. This is going to be a lot of work with only 2 weeks left because I really want to have everything ready so I can copy it to all the others. Like, this is the kind of prep that nobody wants to think about or deal with, which is building yourself like a good like infrastructure for like running the game. Yeah, and it's so tedious.
Hey, but hey, after you do this, if you ever have to, I mean, by the time you run another game, maybe just all this stuff breaks.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, and then we're gonna call this.
I had set something up like this for 5e, but once I stopped using 5e, a lot of that stuff didn't work.
Right.
Oh.
All right. So I got her selected. I'm gonna go to token effects. I'm gonna get stone. Beautiful. I'm gonna go to token effects. I'm gonna remove it. I like it. That's good. It's gonna be tedious fucking setup, but it's gonna be great. Not having to constantly mouse down to the bottom and sort through the tokens, just to be able to. This might be my favorite Ripper mod so far. Like, and that includes levels. That includes levels. I think this is gonna be huge. Yeah, because I can just sort it by folder now. I don't have to worry about having anything down on this bar at the bottom if I don't want it. Any row that doesn't have something will be one less token or on the wheel up here. I can make the folders have any initial icon I want, which is great. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. Very happy with that. Oh my gosh, it's been like 4 hours. Okay.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be done for a while. Yeah. All right. Well, it's shit. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Man, I feel like good progress was made. Like really good progress. Yeah.
I learned a little bit about I got some 2 new mods too to add to my thing.
Yeah.
Now I'm tempted.
You tempted to get that premium Ripper, huh? Tempted?
Yeah, tempted.
We didn't even go over the taskbar yet. Down here at the bottom, they got this taskbar. We could throw anything onto here. It accesses like all the stuff. Oh man, it's got a little Omni search built in. Yeah, haven't even scratched that stuff. So my goal for the next 2 weeks, other than trying to, continue running High Noon and Daybreak, is definitely, I think, all my prep streams. Since I have enough content to run the campaigns that are starting, I'm just going to be doing this kind of infrastructure stuff. So I'm just going to be like, how does this mod work? And then that'll be the prep stream. It's like figuring out how that mod works and how can we set this mod up. But something like populating this with 100 tokens and then relabeling them and renaming them, I probably won't do a stream about that. But yeah, there's so much to do. But yeah, it'll be cool. All right, thanks so much for hanging out, man. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited about all these mods finally working together. So hopefully they continue to work together next year. And everybody that hung out in chat, thank you so much. Hopefully you were able to get some work done too, for your games. And see you next time. All right, lunch.